Chapter 640. In the hall, almost all the wizards of the North Wind Tower were there, including Hathaway, Alex Sulin, Wizard Lorraine, and Wizard Andre. Although there were not many of them, their quality was much better. With the help of sufficient resources in Northtown City, these two wizards had also been promoted to Grade 4, but they still had a long way to go before they could become legendary. Legendary wizards could not be made by piling up resources. On the opposite side of the long table were the wizards of the Star Cluster Tower. These wizards of the Star Cluster Tower were surrounded by strange starlight, which should be the effect of their special meditation method. Sulin sat on the main seat, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Now that everyone is here, let's start the formal meeting. You have all come from afar. As the master of the North Wind Tower, I welcome you to come for an exchange." "Thank you, Master Sulin, for your warm hospitality," Wizard Victor said with a smile. "We came here for two purposes. One is to exchange some knowledge with the North Wind Tower, and the other is to form an alliance with the North Wind Tower. I think you've already felt that the power of the elemental tide is getting stronger and stronger. We estimate that it will reach its peak in the next 1 or 2 years, and then it will continue for 1 or 200 years, and then the elemental tide will gradually decline again. And during this period of time, when the elemental tide is rapidly rising, it can be said to be the most dangerous period. The appearance of the elemental tide has caused many sealed ancient evils to become active again. It will be very difficult to deal with these ancient evils by relying on our own strength. And once these ancient evils break the seal, it will be a disaster for our entire world. In this case, we should unite and work together to fight against these ancient evils. I don't need to say more about how dangerous the ancient evil is. This monster was the most dangerous monster even in the era of the Arcane Empire. Although it has been sealed for a long time and the power of these monsters has been reduced to the freezing point, the consequences can be very serious if you're not careful. Ancient evils are indeed difficult to deal with. Sulin nodded and said, "In principle, we agree with this alliance, but there are still some issues to be discussed." Then there was a lot of discussion in the hall. Sulin was still optimistic about the alliance of the Stellar Spire. The Stellar Spire belonged to the academic sorcerers, not the notorious black sorcerers. The Stellar Spire had a good reputation in the Wizard Academy. The Academy's most famous spell was the Meteorite spell. It was a powerful spell that could directly summon a meteorite from the astral plane to attack. This spell could easily destroy a city. They were proficient in astrology, divination, evocation, and so on. His combat strength was still very strong. If they were black wizards, Sulin would not sit here with them at all. Black wizards believed in the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest. Sulin did not trust them to sign an alliance agreement with them and guard against backstabbing by these black wizards. Next, the two sides began to discuss some specific details, mainly about the things that both sides needed to pay and the benefits that they would receive. It stipulated that both sides would not invade each other, and the two academies could trade with each other. During the trade, they would receive more favorable terms than others. If one side was attacked, they would need to send people to help. After some discussion, the two sides finally reached a cooperation agreement. Next, both sides signed the alliance agreement. The Northern Wind Spire and the Stellar Spire became allies. Since the agreement has been signed, let's give the Northern Wind Spire a greeting gift. Wizard Victor let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the agreement was signed. Greeting gift. Sulin was a little curious. Wizard Victor smiled and signaled to a wizard next to him. Afterward, that wizard gently waved his hand, and a ray of light flashed on his body. Afterward, a large amount of light quickly gathered into a 3D map that appeared on top of the hall. This 3D map is an ancient map collected by the Stellar Spire. It recorded the location of some ancient monsters that were sealed in the ancient times. Victor pointed at the map and explained to Sulin and the others. This also includes the Northern Wasteland. Now, we're showing the location of one of the ancient monsters that was sealed in the Northern Wasteland. Everyone, please take a look. This seal monster is called the Evil Eye Tyrant. Victor pointed at the location on the map and said, "According to the information passed down by the Stellar Spire, this is a demigod-level evil tyrant. It is also said that it has a part of the evil god's power. Although this monster has been sealed for thousands of years, its power is still very strong. According to our calculations, this ancient monster will awaken in the near future and break the seal. In order to show the sincerity of the Stellar Spire, we are willing to fight this ancient monster together with the Northern Wind Spire. The spoils of war will be divided according to the merits of both sides." Evil tyrant. Sulin glanced at the 3D map. On the map, there was an obvious red light spot. This light spot was the location where the evil tyrant was sealed. The demigod-level evil tyrant was indeed very strong. This kind of evil was the best among the demons, and the evil tyrant was the king among them. This kind of monster had a strong mind control power and was proficient in all kinds of race spells. It was very difficult to deal with. However, it had been sealed for so long, so this evil tyrant's strongest power was basically useless. The reason why the evil tyrant was dangerous was that they could forcefully control a large number of monsters. An evil tyrant could easily enslave a large number of monsters and form a monster army. Now that it was sealed, even if it was a monster army, most of them would have died after thousands of years. The current evil tyrant was a general without an army. As long as one was careful, it would not be difficult to deal with it. Thank you very much for your information. I will send people to investigate as soon as possible. If there is really an evil tyrant there, I will deal with it immediately." Sulin said confidently. "All right, if you encounter any difficulties, please ask us for help at any time." Victor nodded and said. Since he knew that there was an ancient monster that was ready to make a move, Sulin did not delay and immediately sent people to investigate. At the same time, he also asked the Northern Wind Spire to prepare for war. A demigod-level monster was not so easy to deal with. At the same time, Sulin did not plan to ask the Stellar Spire for help. The main reason was that if they were to interfere with such a demigod-level monster, they would definitely receive a lot of benefits in the end, especially the divine power. Sulin did not want to share it with others. Chapter 641. All right. Victor wasn't surprised when he heard that Sulin was going to deal with the evil tyrant himself. After all, there were at least 3 legendary wizards in front of him. After the discussion ended, Sulin left the hall. The wizards of the Stellar Spire were arranged to rest in the city. These wizards of the Stellar Spire were going to stay in the Northern Wind Spire for a while. Both sides were going to take some time out from tomorrow to exchange knowledge. Sulin was very interested in the knowledge of the Stellar Spire. After all, a wizard school with a legendary wizard in charge and thousands of years of heritage must have accumulated incredible knowledge, such as spells like Meteorite. It wasn't easy to obtain legendary spells. Many wizard organizations regarded these spells as important assets. Because legendary spells were very destructive, some wizard organizations even came up with a treaty to prevent the spread of large-scale destructive spells. The treaty required wizard organizations or individuals who had mastered large-scale destructive spells to not transfer or exchange their knowledge with other wizard organizations or individuals in any form. This included, but was not limited to, directly or indirectly learning these spells from other organizations or individuals. The Druids were very supportive of this treaty. After all, these powerful spells were very destructive to nature. Many wizard organizations joined this treaty, but there were also some that didn't. However, because of these wizard organizations, the difficulty of obtaining legendary spells skyrocketed. These wizard organizations used the knowledge of legendary spells as bait to attract wandering legendary wizards or wizards who didn't have any heritage to join them. For this organization, the Northern Wind Spire was at a disadvantage. It made it very difficult for Sulin and Hathaway to exchange legendary spells. Fortunately, Hathaway's previous school also had some legendary spells. Otherwise, after becoming a legendary wizard, Hathaway wouldn't even know any legendary spells. Because Hathaway was also a sorcerer, she awakened a few legendary spells after becoming a legendary wizard. Hathaway did a lot of research and experiments to reverse engineer these spells. She even asked Chrissy and Alex to perform the derivation. With this method, the Northern Wind Spire finally had a few legendary spells in their hands. Sulin didn't get any legendary spells from the system treasure chest he opened, so legendary spells were still quite rare in the Northern Wind Spire. The Stellar Spire had a lot of legendary spells stored in it. Outside the Northern Wind Spire, Wizard Victor suddenly called out to Sulin, who was about to leave, and said softly, "Mr. Sulin, can I talk to you alone for a moment?" "Sure." Sulin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "What do you want to talk about?" Wizard Victor glanced around and walked to Abel's side. He lowered his voice and said, "Let's go to my room and talk for a bit." "Go to your room?" At that moment, Sulin seemed to have remembered something, and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He immediately rejected the idea. "No, you're not a pretty girl. Why should I go to your room? Plus, you're an old man. I have a special guest room. Don't worry, no one will eavesdrop." "All right then." Wizard Victor was a little confused by Sulin's reaction, but he still nodded in agreement. The two quickly left and arrived at Sulin's palace guest room. After Angela and Anna left with tea and snacks, only Sulin and Victor were left in the room. Sulin snapped his finger, and a flash of light appeared. Soon, the entire room was covered by an energy barrier. After the spell was cast, Sulin made a gesture to Wizard Victor. Wizard Victor did not hesitate. The magic staff in his hand flashed, and an energy barrier rose from his body. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was also covered. After making sure that no one was spying on them, Victor smiled at Sulin and said, "Okay, we can start now. Mr. Sulin, it's nice to meet you." Victor solemnly made a mage salute to Sulin, and Sulin also became serious and gave him a salute in return. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Victor. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Victor, and I am an astrologer. I never thought that I would be able to meet you in my lifetime. Someone outside of fate." "Someone outside of fate?" Sulin slightly raised his eyebrows. He knew a little about this title. Wizards also did some research on fate. This was the knowledge of the language school. Hathaway was also from this school. The Northern Witches were very famous for their prophecy spells. In the research of the language school, they found that most people's fate was already determined when they were born. Maybe they could make some changes, but there was a limit to this change. Of course, this limit was already very big in the eyes of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, a person's fate was like flipping a coin. When it landed, it would either be heads or tails. However, there were very few people who had the power to change fate. In the study of prophecy, after these coins were flipped, they would land upright, neither heads nor tails. This kind of person had more initiative in fate. They could rely on their own power to change the path of fate. It could be said that this kind of person had more freedom than the gods. Although the gods were very powerful, they were not free. They were also bound by fate. This kind of person was not within the observation range of prophecy spells. Strictly speaking, Sulin was indeed a person who was not within fate. After all, Sulin was a traveler. His soul was not a matter of this world. Therefore, he was not on the line of fate of this world. Someone outside of fate. Sulin looked up and down at the astrologer in front of him. He looked like a wise old man. Although he looked very old, Sulin could clearly feel the abundant vitality in his body. Even a young man in his 20s could not compare to him. Obviously, this old man's appearance was deliberately presented by him. As long as he wanted to, there were many ways to prevent him from aging. Wizards of the School of Prophecy were generally very old because many prophecy spells consumed vitality. Sulin curled his lips and said, "You wizards of the School of Prophecy like to predict the future. How come you found something this time?" "I wanted to see the future of the Tower of the North Wind, but when I used the prophecy spell, I found that it was blank. At first, I thought the spell had failed, but later, I found that the spell could not predict your future." Chapter 642. I think the stupidest people among the Magi are you divination school members. Sulin shook his head and said, "You spend a lot of time and effort to study the future, but in the end, all you see are fragments, and these fragments may not necessarily appear. If you have time, why don't you pick up a girl and talk about life or research spells? If you are strong enough to break free from the shackles of fate, then you will no longer be affected by fate. You can even influence fate. Break free from the shackles of fate? Hearing Sullen's words, Victor was stunned for a moment. He then murmured, "But how can we break free from the shackles of fate?" After a while, Victor woke up from his contemplation, adjusted his mood, and looked at Sulin. "Mr. Sulin, I'm here to exchange some important knowledge with you. The Northwind Tower has been established for less than 5 years. Although they have a few powerful legendary wizards, they don't have much legendary knowledge. We, the Stellar Tower, have a lot of knowledge in this regard," Victor said with a smile. "Then what do you want from me?" Sulin was very interested in the bargaining chip that Victor had put out, but there was no free lunch in this world, so they definitely wanted something from the Northwind Tower. "That depends on what knowledge the Northwind Tower can provide. I've paid attention to your Northwind Tower, and I'm amazed by the speed of your rise. In just a few short years, you've built such a prosperous city and this legendary tower in this barren wasteland," Victor said. Sulin quietly listened to Victor's narration without any intention of interrupting. He also wanted to know what other people thought of the Northwind Tower. "Mr. Sulin," Victor hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know if I can ask you some questions. Of course, if you think it's too difficult, you don't have to answer. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Tell me about it. If I can answer, I will." Sulin nodded and said noncommittally. Victor thought for a moment, then slowly said, "Sir Sulin, do you have an ability that can make people advance quickly? The strength of the army under your command is very amazing, but they were not much different from ordinary people before. My speed of promotion is so fast that I can only be a genius, but 1 or 2 geniuses are not impossible. But in this scale of thousands of people, not everyone is a genius, right? That's my secret. I can't tell you." Sulin shrugged and refused. "All right, I don't mean to pry into your secrets. I'm just curious." Victor was not surprised to hear Sullin's refusal. If he knew such a secret, he would not share it with others. "All right, let's get down to business. As you know, Sir Sulin, the other adept organizations have signed a treaty to not spread powerful spells. It's not easy to get legendary spells now. We're willing to trade, but we're taking a big risk," Victor said. Sulin shook his head and said with a chuckle, "I know about the so-called treaty to not spread powerful spells, but the Stellar Spire did not sign this agreement. So, there is no violation of the agreement. So, this is just a normal transaction." Next, the two men completely tore off their disguises. They were like merchants and peddlers, constantly haggling over every ounce. They wanted to get more benefits from each other, but the two men had obviously met their opponents. After a dispute, they finally reached an agreement. The Northwind Tower took out the information of the Floating Space Tower in exchange for legendary spells with the Stellar Spire. Although the Stellar Spire had a long history, they did not have the technical information of the Floating Space Tower. They had always wanted to get the technology of the Floating Space Tower, but the adept organizations that had the technology of the Floating Space Tower did not want to see other adept organizations have such a big weapon, so they did not sell it. The transaction between the two sides could be regarded as complementary. Sulin used the technology of the Floating Space Tower to get a lot of legendary spell knowledge from the Stellar Spire. With this knowledge, the strength of the Northwind Tower would be greatly improved. Of course, Sulin did not trade the knowledge of the Elemental Furnace. It was the energy center that could be installed on the Floating Space City. He traded the technology of the Floating Space Tower because the technology of the Floating Space Tower was more advanced in the North Town. Even if others mastered it, there would be a big gap between them and the Northwind Tower. Sullin's way of trading these technical knowledge was completely learned from his previous life. Before he mastered more powerful and advanced knowledge and technology, he would not trade the current technology. The technology that could be traded was usually 1 or 2 generations behind the technology. The Northwind Tower had to stay ahead of the game. Sulin didn't even sell the Enigma technology. What he gave Victor was the early Enigma technology, which covered an area of about 1 kilometer. It couldn't be used on the Floating Space City, but it was just right for the floating space tower. After getting the three-dimensional map from Victor, Sulin attached great importance to the evil tyrant marked on the map. After the meeting, he arranged for people to investigate. Because of the elemental tide, many monsters that were sealed in ancient times were reawakened. The evil tyrant was one of them. Although he did not break the seal, if he was given more time, he would definitely succeed. If the evil tyrant took the initiative to reawaken, the final consequences would be very serious. So the best way was to get rid of them before they broke the seal. Of course, it was also possible to strengthen the seal, but these seals left behind in ancient times were seriously damaged. It was not easy to repair them. So Sulin chose another way, which was to get rid of these ancient monsters directly. The Stellar Spire had many monsters sealed in ancient times. These monsters would use their power to corrupt humans or other intelligent races, especially the evil tyrant. This guy could easily summon an army of monsters. This guy was as annoying as a spirit-sucking monster. Sulin did not want to let him rest before he attacked. Moreover, this thing was also a very important material. The eye of the evil tyrant was very precious. This kind of legendary evil eye was rare. Sulin had already planned to make the evil tyrant's eye into a magic item after killing it. Chapter 643 Kingdom of Florence, San Filto City. It had been more than a year since the last turmoil. At this time, there were no traces of war in San Filto City. Under the leadership of Sulin and Phyllis, this ancient city was full of vitality. A large city would attract farmers from other places to gather here. The population of San Filto City had reached an astonishing 300,000 people. San Filto City was now very prosperous. The streets were clean and tidy, and there was an endless stream of people. There was a dazzling array of goods, and every street was patrolled by city guards. In addition, the gangs and other underworld forces of the past had all been eliminated. The security of the city was very good. Phyllis was very satisfied with the current San Filto City. Night fell. Queen Phyllis returned to the palace. She didn't know if it was because she had to deal with too many government affairs today, but she felt inexplicably irritable. The surrounding maids also noticed that Her Majesty seemed to be in a bad mood, so they were all very cautious. They were afraid that something wrong would make Her Majesty angry. Seeing that it was still early, Phyllis didn't go back to rest. Instead, she went to the training ground. She took off her luxurious clothes and changed into tight-fitting clothes. She was ready to practice martial arts in the training ground to vent her irritation. She picked up a training iron oak sword and began to attack the wooden targets in the training ground as if she was venting her frustrations. She hit a few wooden dummies with loud bangs. Bang! Finally, a loud sound was heard. These wooden targets, made of iron, oak, and reinforced, were completely shattered by Phyllis. After venting, Phyllis finally felt less irritable. However, this was only temporary. Soon, a wave of irritation rose in her heart, and this wave of irritation was stronger than before. If this happened in Northern Town, she would ask Hathaway for the reason. Now, she wanted to try to solve it by herself. Soon, Phyllis came to the bathroom in the palace. The clear spring water made people feel a chill. As soon as she came here, she wanted to jump in and have a swim. Phyllis immediately prepared to take off her clothes. Slash! There was a sound of cloth tearing. Because she was too anxious, Phyllis used too much strength and tore her clothes. Since it was already ruined, Phyllis simply tore it apart and appeared naked in the room. The next second, Phyllis jumped into the water like a mermaid. Crash! Phyllis swam quickly in the cool spring water. The coolness of the spring water dispelled the heat in her body, but soon an even stronger heat rose in her heart. What's going on? Why is it so hot? Phyllis emerged from the pool. Her jade-white skin had become rosy, and even the spring water on her body was emitting wisps of steam. Looking at her reflection in the pool, Phyllis knew that something was wrong with her body. At the same time, she felt as if something was stuck in her throat. She wanted to sneeze, but couldn't. That feeling was unbearable. Phyllis raised her hand and rubbed her fair neck. She felt as if there were countless worms crawling in her throat. Finally, the discomfort seemed to have reached a critical point. Phyllis finally sneezed out. Whoosh! A flame more than 3 feet long was spat out from her mouth. Ah! The sudden appearance of the flame directly scared Phyllis. The originally cool spring water was instantly evaporated by the flame, and the whole room was instantly filled with clouds of steam. However, the flame disappeared as quickly as it came. After the flame disappeared, the steam in the room dissipated quickly. Phyllis looked at herself in surprise. Just after she spat out the flame, the heat in her body had completely disappeared. At this time, she understood that the dragon bloodline in her body had awakened. What she spat out just now was the dragon's breath. Thinking of this, Phyllis took a deep breath again. Then she opened her mouth and spat out another scorching flame. The high temperature evaporated a large amount of the spring water, but soon the flame disappeared. Compared to the first time she spat out the dragon's breath this time was obviously much smaller. Being able to spit out the dragon's breath for the first time, Phyllis's warlock bloodline was obviously very good. At the same time, she could clearly feel the powerful beating of her heart. After understanding that this was the awakening of her bloodline, Phyllis became happy. Then, he kept touching his body, as if trying to find something different. After a while, Phyllis said with a look of regret, "Why didn't I grow wings?" Dragon warlocks could indeed awaken dragon wings, but they had to wait until they reached the 4th stage of their bloodline. Currently, Phyllis was only at the 3rd stage, so it was impossible for her to awaken dragon wings. After washing herself in the pool, Phyllis put on her bathrobe and left the room. Now that the heat was gone, she was in a good mood. Humming a song, she walked towards the bedroom. However, when she opened the door, she accidentally broke the brass handle of the door with a crack. My strength increased again. Looking at the broken door handle in her hand, Phyllis was a little dumbfounded, but soon became excited. She put a little force in her hand and left a few clear finger marks on the bronze door handle. The hard metal door handle was kneaded into various shapes by her like plasticine. My strength increased by so much. Phyllis's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Phyllis was very happy about the strengthening of her body. Not only did she awaken Dragon's Breath, but her strength also increased greatly. Of course, the strength of her Dragon's Breath was far from that of a giant dragon. After all, a dragon warlock was not a giant dragon. Generally speaking, a dragon warlock could spit out dragon's breath once or twice a day, according to their own ability. When they became stronger, they could spit out dragon's breath up to 3 times. However, the power of dragon's breath was much weaker than that of a giant dragon. Of course, the power of dragon's breath would increase little by little with the strength of the dragon warlock. When a dragon warlock's power was awakened to a certain extent, the attack range and lethality of dragon's breath would be greatly increased. When a dragon warlock reached the legendary level, the dragon's breath could directly wipe out all life within dozens of meters in front of him. This attack did not require any casting. It only required a deep breath to release. It was convenient, fast, and powerful. If the opponent was not prepared, they could be spat in the face. After a dragon warlock awakened dragon's breath, some spell-like abilities began to awaken. It would not be long before Phyllis learned some spells. Chapter 644. When Phyllis awakened her dragon breath, the scouting team Sulin sent out came back with some news. There were indeed some problems with the ancient ruin that Wizard Victor gave him. After confirming that this place was indeed different, the war machine of the northern battlefront city immediately began to operate. Large amounts of information were continuously sent to the northern wind tower. The seal in the ruins that they had discovered this time was also extremely damaged. The evil eye tyrant's power was already leaking out of the seal. If no one disturbed him, he would be able to successfully break through the seal in no time. Even some of the beasts in the surroundings had mutated to varying degrees under the power of the evil eye tyrant. The northern town city also sent out a group of soldiers to clear out these mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were not very powerful, but there were a lot of them. It was just nice for the soldiers to practice. He didn't want to see these soldiers not seeing blood when they were on the battlefield. On the astrology platform, Sulin nodded at Hathaway and said, "Let's begin." Then, Hathaway and Alex began to cast spells together. Soon, a ray of light rose up, and a tall teleportation gate appeared in front of them. As the teleportation gate opened, Sulin walked in first. Following behind him were the 36 iron golems. These iron golems were used for combat testing. This evil eye tyrant was about to break free. He was already very powerful. It was very likely that he had already controlled many powerful creatures. These creatures were just nice to test the strength of the iron golems. After the Northern Wind Tower formed the Iron Golem army, they had not tested the strength of the army. This was a good opportunity to test it out. The 36 iron golems stepped into the teleportation gate in an orderly manner and appeared at the outpost that the northern town city built. The outer area of the seal had been cleared out by the vanguard of the northern town city, but they did not get close to the core area of the seal. The monsters in the core area were obviously much more powerful. It was not something that these new soldiers could deal with. These new soldiers of the northern town city were just here to practice and level up. Sulin and the 36 iron golems appeared in the camp. This camp was a little simple. The surrounding scenery looked very desolate. The land was barren, and the ground was yellow. It looked very similar to the Gobi Desert. The camp was filled with the smell of blood. Sulin saw many dismembered monster corpses. These mutated monsters would more or less have some parts of their bodies that were enchanted materials. Naturally, these materials would be collected and brought back to the apprentice sorcerers for experiments or to make some potions. After taking a look at the surroundings, Sulin did not stop. He ordered the demonic statue army to head into the depths of the sealed land. The 36 steel demonic statues were like walking steel walls. They were about 4 meters tall and weighed over 3 tons. Their surfaces were covered by a layer of silvery white magical metal. This layer of metal armor was extremely sturdy, and they were also equipped with various weapons. The battle prowess of a steel demonic statue was basically equivalent to that of a conferred knight, which was equivalent to a level 4 extraordinary human. The 36 steel golems moved together, and the mutant beasts in front of the steel golems were no match for them. As the steel golems swung their swords, the mutant beasts in their path were crushed, and the mutant beasts were flattened by the steel golems. After discovering these steel golems, the mutant beasts kept on attacking them. However, these attacks did not even leave a scratch on the steel golems. Just then, a black cloud drifted over from the distant sky. It was only when Sulin got closer that he realized that it was not a black cloud, but several hundred bats with blood-red eyes. Bloodthirsty demonic bats. Seeing these bats, Sulin frowned slightly. Similar to the diamond golems, the steel golems did not have the ability to fight in the air. Their limited magic attacks were poison gas and fire rays. Their ability to fight in the air was very poor. The bloodthirsty demonic bats were astonishingly large, with a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters. Demonic bats of this size looked like pterosaurs, but they were much more agile than pterosaurs. The bloodthirsty demonic bats had a row of sharp fangs and claws. They could also spread diseases. In places where technology was not developed, these bloodthirsty demonic bats could kill thousands or even tens of thousands of people. You think you're the only one with an air force? Sulin curled his lips, then waved his hand to open a teleportation gate. Then, the sound of a pair of wings flapping could be heard. Shadows flew out of the teleportation gate one after another. As soon as these shadows appeared, they rushed towards the black cloud not far away. It was the gargoyle golems from the Northwind Tower. These gargoyle golems flew over in groups and soon clashed with the Air Force. These gargoyles were very powerful. Their obsidian bodies could resist almost all the attacks of these mutant beasts, and their sharp claws could easily tear these mutant beasts to pieces. Soon, bats kept falling from the sky and were killed by the steel golems that had already been prepared. The golem army of Northwind City kept advancing, leaving behind a large number of incomplete epics. A large number of enemies have appeared. Activate the second battle plan. Poison gas spray. A gust of magic energy flashed from the steel golems, and then a large amount of poison gas began to spray out in all directions from these steel golems. The poison gas connected with each other and soon formed an astonishing poisonous miasma. A large number of mutant beasts in the miasma were corroded by the poison gas and then began to die in groups. The poison gas of the steel golems was very powerful. The poison gas was almost as powerful as the breath of a young green dragon. The terrible death gas covered a large area of the battlefield, and groups of mutant beasts kept dying. The effect of this poisonous gas was very good. The strength of this poisonous gas was very good. Even those powerful warriors would not be able to move around here for a long time. Sulen followed the golem army and advanced. Next to him, there was a steel golem that was collecting all kinds of data. This steel golem was a clone of the Tower Spirit, Milky Way. The main body of the Tower Spirit could not leave the Wizard Tower, so part of its power was added to the steel golem and used it to collect information. After the information was collected, it would be gathered and sent to the Tower Spirit One. Then, the data would be sorted out, and the weaknesses would be improved. This time, the gargoyle golems and the steel golems worked together to obtain a lot of information. The Tower Spirit, Milky Way, also began to simulate the battle, using this method to quickly strengthen the golem army. Chapter 645. Enemy detected. Activating battle command. Add powerful strike. Add cleave. Add defense to offense. Add total annihilation. Add charge. Large-scale enemy detected. Activating energy attack. The steel golems raised their arms one after another. Their palms suddenly opened, revealing black holes. In the next second, these black holes emitted heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. Dazzling spiritual lights flickered, and energy beams shot out from the hands of the steel golems. Rumble. A deafening explosion sounded, and the mutated monsters that were originally charging at the steel golems suffered heavy casualties under this saturated energy attack. The steel golem's energy attack was very powerful, and its effect was equivalent to the power of a level 4 to level 5 spell. The mutated monsters that were originally charging at them were all blown up, and the steel golem's powerful strength pushed all the enemies away. These steel golems formed a combat squad of 6, and formed a great wall of steel that kept pushing forward, not caring that the mutated monsters were dozens of times their number. These mutated monsters were originally ordinary animals, but after being infected by the evil energy of the evil eye tyrant, they mutated. Although their strength was not bad, for the steel golems, these mutated monsters' attack power could not even break through their defense. The steel golems had extremely strong physical resistance, and the claws of the mutated monsters only left shallow scratches on them. Other than that, there was no other effect. These steel golems were immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, intimidation, and instant death effects, and were not affected by heavy hits, fatigue, attribute extraction, and other damage effects. Other than some rust-type spells that were more effective against them, it was very difficult for anyone to sense a steel golem. Moreover, these steel golems were under the command of the Tower Spirit, Milky Way. In the sky, a group of gargoyle devil statues quickly cut into the rear of these mutated monsters. Magic light flickered continuously, and the mutated monsters of all shapes and sizes were killed one after another. The bloodgorger bats in the sky were simply no match for the gargoyle devil statues. Under the attacks of the numerous devil statues, they were forced to retreat. Sulen raised his head and looked at the sealed area in the distance. Under the attack of the golem army, it was only a matter of time before this sealed area was completely purified. The only variable was the sealed, evil eye tyrant. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the sealed land, the hard ground suddenly rumbled. A deep crack appeared in the ground, and then a powerful energy fluctuation spread out. The seal has failed. Seeing this, Sullen's expression changed slightly. He instantly flew into the air and stared at the crack. Ding! An energy wave has been detected. Intense spatial fluctuations have been detected in the current area. High energy target detected. Target's level is extremely dangerous. Warning. Warning. Unknown dimensional space is collapsing. The seal has lost its effect. It will be completely destroyed in 30 seconds. Evil Spirit Aura. Spell wave detected. All targets within this domain will have their magic resistance reduced. Chaotic Spirit Chi. Spell wave detected. Within the range of this domain, all negative magic immunity will be reduced. Material radiation detected. Within the range of this domain, the life force of living beings will be drained at an accelerated rate. Mind control. Interference force field detected. Mind corruption. Interference force field detected. Evil energy force field detected. Ancient evil. Energy fluctuation detected. Target is demigod. Ancient evil. As the tower spirit his sharp alarm sounded, a spatial crack appeared on the original land. Then, the entire battlefield suddenly quietened down. Then, a thin figure squeezed out from the crack. As this figure appeared, the spatial crack behind him began to collapse. A terrifying spiritual fluctuation instantly enveloped this place, and the source of all this was the evil Tyrant. As soon as the evil Tyrant appeared, its terrifying aura spread out along with its domain. The entire battlefield was under its influence. This demigod-level evil Tyrant was indeed very powerful. Those mutated monsters became very fearful under its aura, but it didn't affect the others at all. Other than Sulin, the rest of the people on the battlefield were all golem puppets. These golem puppets were immune to all mind magic, spirit magic, and aura domain of the evil Tyrant. It could be said that these abilities of his were completely useless. As for Sulin, he activated his lightning domain and directly repelled the evil Tyrant's domain. If it was a normal human or magus in such a terrifying evil domain, there was also the possibility of a mind attack that could appear anytime and anywhere. Normal magi would not be able to withstand this level of attack at all. They would all feel dizzy, and some would even directly interrupt their spells and cause a magic backlash. The chaotic consciousness would constantly disturb them, provoking their negative emotions. This was the evil Tyrant's specialty. Facing an enemy of this level, the human wave tactic had long lost its effect. Only magi of the same level could fight against it. Normal magi would all die no matter how many of them came. They might even be directly controlled by the evil Tyrant. This was also the reason why Sulin only brought golem puppets to fight when he knew that the evil Tyrant was sealed this time. Although Hathaway and Alex could resist the power of this domain, they were not of much use here. Many crazy and violent thoughts kept appearing in Sullin's mind. These thoughts were constantly disturbing his mind. Sulin frowned slightly. Although these thoughts could not shake his mind, they were like toads lying on the back of his feet. They were not very harmful, but they were extremely humiliating. "Damned fellow, get out of my mind!" Sulin roared angrily. After that, a powerful magic wave instantly exploded from his body. Rumble! Dazzling lightning descended from the sky. The lightning flashed across the sky. After the evil Tyrant appeared, the battlefield that was originally shrouded in negative energy was instantly broken apart by the power of countless lightning bolts. A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Powerful lightning bolts swept across, and countless lightning bolts instantly struck the evil Tyrant. The evil Tyrant that had just escaped was instantly surrounded by hundreds of lightning bolts. The negative energy that was originally entangled around its body was constantly being worn down. The mind defense only lasted for a few moments before it was completely shattered. Chapter 646. Other than their ability to corrode, the most troublesome thing about these ancient evils was their tenacious life force. They had been sealed for thousands of years, but they still managed to survive. And when the elemental tide arrived, they broke the seal again. Although it was hit by hundreds of lightning bolts, the evil Tyrant didn't suffer any serious injuries. As an evil energy exploded from its body, the evil Tyrant instantly broke free from the lightning attacks. Without the lightning and evil energy surrounding it, the evil eye tyrant finally revealed its true appearance. It was a monster that struck fear in people's hearts. Its skinny body gave off a strange feeling. There was a huge eye on its head, and there were dozens of eye stalks around the eye like the tentacles of an octopus. At the end of the eye stalks, there were many terrifying eyes. The pupils of these eyes flickered with a dim red light. All of the eyes were staring at Sulen. The surrounding mutated monsters had already entered a frenzied state. This was the strengthening of the chaotic will. As long as there were ancient evils, their domain power could strengthen the monsters they enslaved. What a disgusting creature! Sulen frowned as he looked at the evil eye tyrant. Those eyes made one's scalp tingle. In the next second, dozens of red rays shot out from these eyes. Weakening ray, death ray, annihilation ray, psionic ray. Many ray-type spells were released by the evil eye tyrant in an instant. An energy barrier instantly rose in front of Sulen, blocking these energy rays. These rays kept hitting the energy barrier and then exploded with intense spiritual light before disappearing. Thunder God Domain. Dazzling lightning flashed. Sulen's body was surrounded by lightning. At this moment, he looked like a thunder god from ancient times. Powerful lightning energy surrounded him. Even Sulen's body appeared to be energized at this moment. At this moment, Sulen looked like a god from ancient times. He roared angrily, and the thunder god spear in his hand stabbed at the evil eye tyrant. The evil eye tyrant's mental barrier shattered like glass. Then it stabbed one of its eye stalks. The scarlet eye stalk was instantly pierced, and the lightning energy turned it into a pile of charcoal. A mournful roar instantly erupted from the evil eye tyrant's body. Powerful spiritual energy swept out like a tsunami. Sulen only felt as if his head had been hit heavily by a hammer at this moment. However, he regained his senses in the next instant. Rumble. The evil eye tyrant, who had been attacked by the lightning, became very angry. The entire battlefield was shaking. Sulen had already transformed into a lightning body and was fighting with the evil eye tyrant crazily. Lightning could be seen flashing in the sky. This was a sign that Sulen's body was moving. Powerful shock waves accompanied by raging winds continued to spread to the surroundings, leaving deep marks on the hard Gobi Desert. The surrounding mutant beasts had suffered heavy casualties, and as the shock waves of the battle swept across, the mutant beasts were directly torn apart. Sulen's steel army was no longer advancing. Under the control of the tower spirit, Milky Way, they quickly retreated and distanced themselves from Sulen's battle. The evil eye tyrant roared crazily. Waves of spiritual energy swept out. If an ordinary person appeared in the surroundings, their head would explode in the next second. This kind of powerful spiritual energy was very scary. Waves of intense magic waves appeared. Sulen was rapidly battling with the evil eye tyrant while casting spells to weaken the enemy. The shockwaves of the battle had already completely destroyed the surroundings. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the area within a few kilometers was filled with violent energy. Although Sulen was constantly casting spells, the damage done to the evil eye tyrant was very limited. After all, in such a high-speed battle, there was no chance for him to cast powerful spells. After all, he was still unable to instantly cast legendary spells. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dozens of rays filled with negative energy hit Sulen consecutively, directly shattering the layer of energy barrier on his body. It even dyed the ground around him pitch black. What a serious pollution! Sulen frowned as he looked at the puddles of black radiation on the ground. The evil eye tyrant had too many eye stalks. Even if Sulen was prepared, he might not be able to dodge them. Ordinary evil eyes usually only had one main eye and at most 2 or 3 eye stalks. However, the evil eye tyrant in front of him had at least hundreds of eye stalks. This was simply a honeycomb-shaped laser launcher. Once it opened fire, it would attack in all directions. Moreover, the speed of the ray attacks was very fast. If one was not careful, one would be hit by these disgusting rays. The power of ordinary ray attacks were mostly around the 4th or 5th circle. To Sulen, they were not too dangerous. The only thing that made him fearful was the evil eye tyrant's main eye. The evil ray attacks from this main eye were very shocking. Once it was shot out, the sky would fall and the earth would crack. This energy not only had the effect of instant death, but also carried all the effects of the other secondary eye's rays. This shocking energy had an extremely terrifying attack power. Bottomless pits appeared on the ground one after another. After only 10 minutes of fighting, the scene became very intense. Bigby capture palm. Bigby crushing palm. 2 consecutive palms that were completely filled with lightning energy appeared in front of him. In the next second, they fiercely attacked the evil eye tyrant that was fighting with Sulin. The evil eye tyrant was sent flying like a fly. After that, another huge palm print directly descended from the sky and directly slammed the evil eye tyrant onto the ground. Streaks of lightning flashed. The evil eye tyrant was stunned by the attack just now. Its body was lifted up and stunned. Dazzling lightning flashed. Ball of destruction. Accompanied by the appearance of a terrifying ball of energy, the evil eye tyrant finally broke free from the power of lightning. However, before it could recover, another ball of lightning fiercely struck it. The evil eye tyrant, who was suppressed and beaten up, was furious. Hundreds of rays once again exploded from the evil eye tyrant's body. The entire battlefield was filled with traces left behind by the battle. Strong acid, fire, ice, weakness, poison. All kinds of energy rays continuously exploded. Lightning spear. Accompanied by the appearance of a powerful lightning energy, the evil eye tyrant seemed to have realized the danger at this moment. Its body kept flashing as it tried to dodge this attack. However, it had already been locked onto by Sullen's soul. It was completely unable to dodge. With a loud bang, it was hit fiercely. Chapter 647. Dazzling lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The powerful lightning spear brought with it boundless energy as it pierced the evil eye tyrant's body. The boundless power of lightning exploded at this moment, and the evil eye tyrant's body was electrocuted into charcoal. However, the evil eye tyrant's vitality was very tenacious. This kind of serious injury didn't kill it. Balls of evil energy continued to gather and churn on its body. The charcoal part of its body quickly dried up and fell off. According to this situation, it wouldn't take long for it to regrow. Gate between worlds. A powerful evil energy tore through the space. In the next second, a huge and distorted gate between worlds opened. Following that, a terrifying creature that was more than 10 meters tall crawled out of the gate. This creature looked like an abyss demon, but the aura it emitted was obviously different from an abyss demon. Perhaps because its body was too big, the gate between worlds that was a few meters tall was a little difficult to open. This summoned creature had the strength of a high legend. After realizing that the gate between worlds was a little difficult to open, it actually used its claws to open up the surface area of the gate between worlds. After that, it crawled out of the gate. Who summoned me? This monster from another world roared excitedly. Its arms hammered the ground forcefully like thunder. However, in the next second, it felt a strong wave of spiritual energy. When it turned its head and saw the figure of the evil eye tyrant in midair, this monster from another world froze. It turned around and wanted to escape back into the gate between worlds. Damn it! Why is it the evil eye tyrant? This monster from another world didn't even think about it. It turned around and prepared to escape. However, before it could turn around, that strong, evil mind energy had already controlled it. The evil eye tyrant had a strong mind control ability. It was said that this monster was related to the spirit-sucking monster by blood. This monster's mind control ability was shockingly strong. In those records, every evil eye tyrant could control a large number of creatures. If they were given enough time, an evil eye tyrant could form a powerful monster army. The evil eye tyrant's shocking mind control ability allowed them to easily control a large number of creatures. Even giant dragons could be controlled. Roar. The otherworld creature controlled by the evil eye tyrant rose into the air and quickly jumped towards Sulen. It looked as if it wanted to tear Sulen apart. The otherworld creature that was more than 10 meters tall was even larger than the giants in the material plane. It could be said that it was only second to the giant dragons. Sulen narrowed his eyes at the sight of the advanced legendary level otherworldly demon. The Thunder God's spear in his hand emitted dazzling lightning, and in a flash he appeared in midair. The Thunder God's spear swept forward with an indomitable momentum. The otherworldly demon's body was instantly surrounded by lightning, and then it was directly sent flying. He actually found a helper. Sulen looked at the evil-eye tyrant and the otherworldly demon in front of him. Then a dazzling lightning suddenly exploded from his body. Tower Spirit Milky Way has locked onto the coordinates. Activating the portal. Open the portal. Prepare the magic breaker. Charging complete. Teleportation in progress. A beam of light descended from the sky, and in the next second, the magic breaker statue appeared in front of Sulen. The magic breaker has arrived at the designated location. Target creature discovered. Activating battle form. The moment the magic breaker statue puppet appeared, it immediately launched an attack. The heavy statue had an unexpected speed, and it instantly rushed towards the otherworldly demon. Magic Breaker Blade beginning to charge. Charging complete. Activating Magic Breaker Blade. Weakness detection complete. Greater haste spell complete. Battle form activated. Current battle form can only be maintained for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Countdown begins. The Magic Breaker statue activated its ultimate battle form, and a beam of light flashed past. Then, the Magic Breaker charged towards the battlefield at an astonishing speed. The Magic Breaker Blade in its hand also emitted a purple energy blade. This energy blade's power was very shocking, and the otherworldly demon's skin was completely unable to block this weapon. As the Magic Breaker moved quickly, wounds continuously appeared on the demon's body. Seeing that the otherworldly demon was restrained by the Magic Breaker statue, Sulen once again launched an attack on the evil-eye tyrant. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, and the evil-eye tyrant's psionic barrier was constantly shattered and reformed. Its body was constantly trembling under these attacks. Sulen's figure moved quickly, and he constantly attacked the evil-eye tyrant from all sides. However, suddenly, after the evil-eye tyrant forcefully took an attack from Sulen, its octopus-like tentacles did not care about the powerful lightning damage and tightly wrapped around the Thunder God's spear. The powerful lightning power directly charred its tentacles. The evil-eye tyrant's main eye instantly aimed at Sulen, and in the next second, a fatal ray shot towards his head quickly. A sense of danger rose in Sulen's heart, and his body subconsciously wanted to dodge. But the Thunder God's spear was tightly gripped, and this affected his movements. The Sixth Sense talent worked once again, and Sulen successfully dodged the evil ray at the moment when it was about to hit him. This evil ray brushed past the protective spell on the surface of Sulen's body and instantly shattered the protective energy field on his body. At the same time, it left a bottomless pit where Sulen had been standing just now. After dodging this attack, Sulen's body instantly exploded with an even stronger power than before. The entire Thunder God's spear seemed to have completely turned into lightning, and the rolling thunderclouds in the sky gathered together and then instantly descended. At this moment, Sulen's body even expanded by another layer, and dazzling lightning gathered on his body. The Thunder God's spear in his hand directly turned the evil-eye tyrant's tentacles into charcoal. Sulen let out a furious roar towards the sky, and in the next second, his body completely turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the evil-eye tyrant. Accompanied by an extremely violent energy wave, a shocking purple energy beam exploded from Sulen's body. The speed of this beam was extremely fast, and the evil-eye tyrant had no time to dodge at all. It could only use its full strength to activate its spiritual energy defense field. But this spiritual energy defense field that could originally block an 8th circle spell was like a bubble at this moment and was lightly pierced. Following this shocking energy beam ruthlessly pierced towards the evil Eye Tyrant withoat any resistance. The evil Eye Tyrant wanted to teleport away, but in this instant, the surrounding energy barrier was completely locked down and accompanied by an extremely violent explosion. A huge hole was directly opened in the evil Eye Tyrant's body. The powerful energy directly pierced through the evil Eye Tyrant's body, and even the various parts of its body were turned into charcoal by the lightning power. Chapter 648. Rumble. A huge explosion could be heard. Sullen's fatal attack had an energy level that completely exceeded the range of a level 9 spell. It had reached a shocking level 10 or even higher. The evil Eye Tyrant that took Sullen's full force attack immediately entered a state of near death. More than half of its body was damaged by this attack, but the huge eye on its head didn't receive any damage. Sullen deliberately avoided that area when he attacked. The evil Eye Tyrant was very powerful. The most valuable part of its body was its eye. Sullen didn't want to spend so much effort to kill this thing and not get any benefits. Sullen didn't give the evil Eye Tyrant time to recover. After completing that shocking attack, he didn't care about the feeling of emptiness in his body. The Thunder God's spear in his hand released dazzling lightning and directly destroyed the evil Eye Tyrant's body. After killing this evil Eye Tyrant, Sullen also heaved a sigh of relief. A sense of powerlessness rose in his body. This was because he had used too much energy in a short period of time, which caused him to be exhausted. With his powerful physique, he could quickly recover. After Sullen successfully killed the evil Eye Tyrant, the battle of the Magic Breaker at the side also came to an end. The Magic Breaker that had activated the Magic Breaker Blade could only fight for 150 seconds. In this short 150 seconds, the Magic Breaker's power was completely released. Following a dazzling flash of light, the Magic Breaker swept across its body at an astonishing speed. The otherworldly demon's huge body instantly stiffened on the spot. In the next second, its hideous head slid down. The otherworldly demon's tall body crashed onto the ground, and smelly blood spurted out. After completing the killing, the Magic Breaker statue slowly stopped. The Magic Breaker Blade's light dissipated, and the Magic Construct statue's light also slowly disappeared. It returned to its normal state. Sullen didn't relax. Lightning flashed in his hand again. Soul Binding Technique. A huge magical gemstone instantly flew up, and a terrifying soul covered in eyes was forcefully pulled out from the evil Eye Tyrant's corpse. Bolts of lightning turned into chains and successfully bound this terrifying soul. Then, the soul was slowly dragged into the magical gemstone. The evil Eye Tyrant realized that the situation was not good. That ugly and terrifying soul struggled crazily, trying to escape. But when it was alive, it was not a match for Sullen. Now that it was dead, it was even worse. The evil Eye Tyrant's soul was dragged and sealed into a magical gemstone. The chains that were originally wrapped around the evil Eye Tyrant's soul also turned into rays of golden light and instantly fused into the gemstone. The originally pure magic gem turned into a purple soul crystal that flickered with golden light. The faint golden energy within the soul crystal was constantly flickering. This was the divine power in his soul. This was also one of his most valuable things. What made Sullen a little regretful was that the otherworldly demon didn't leave behind a soul crystal. The moment it died, its soul would be sent back to its original place according to the rules of the multiverse. Even if Sullen wanted to use magic to keep its soul, it would be impossible. But even so, this otherworldly demon could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Although it didn't lose its life, it lost a lot of its strength. This time, it lost a large amount of soul energy. Its strength wouldn't be able to increase for a long time. In more serious cases, it might even regress. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed an evil Eye Tyrant. You have received 397,600 experience points. The battle has ended. You have received a glorious victory. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed an evil Eye Tyrant. You have received 3 diamond treasure chests as a reward. You have received the item Spiritual Gemstone. Congratulations to the host. Your golem has killed an otherworldly demon. You have received 270,000 experience points as a reward. You have received a diamond treasure chest as a reward. Broken Seal, Advanced Legend Battle. Huiwe Calendar, year 1686, September. An ancient seal in the north of Northtown City was broken. The sealed monster successfully escaped. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, this ancient evil creature would have started a shocking battle after absorbing enough energy. You have successfully blocked this monster when the seal was broken and killed it in the end. You have received a large amount of reputation from this battle. Your name has been spread across the continent. Hearing the familiar system notification in his ears, Sulin wasn't in a hurry to look at his rewards this time. There were even bigger rewards waiting for him to deal with. Sulin took out a sharp carving knife. He didn't have time to rest and cut off the evil eye tyrant's huge eye. This eye could be said to be the most precious thing on the evil eye tyrant's body apart from its divine power. The evil eye tyrant's main eye was about the size of a soccer ball. It was olive-shaped. After Sulin carefully put away this main eye, he also took back all the secondary eyes on the evil eye tyrant's body. These eyes were extremely useful for Warlord spells. After some special treatment, these evil eyes would turn into a gem-like substance. Sulin carefully removed these evil eyes from the evil eye tyrant's corpse. These evil eyes had very good magic conductivity. After adding some other things, these eyes had become very valuable. After some special treatment, these evil eyes could be seen as a magic device. After being activated, they could shoot out all kinds of energy rays. The evil eye tyrant's main eye was even more precious. This main eye had many uses. It could be used to make a magic energy shooting device. Because it was made of the main eye, its power was very shocking. After enough energy was replenished, the attack it shot out could reach the power of an 8-ring weapon. If it was installed in a Magus tower, it would be a huge killing machine. Of course, this was only the most basic method. The evil eye's main eye still had many functions that hadn't been used. Another way to use it was to refine this eye into the omniscient eye. This omniscient eye could see through all kinds of illusionary spells, as well as camouflage, invisibility, and so on. It could even be discovered if one was hiding in the shadow world. Countless magi wanted to get one of these omniscient eyes and install it in a Magus tower. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about rogues sneaking in. The omniscient eye could observe everything in a part of the space. It could also launch attacks. This kind of thing could be said to be very precious. Just the materials needed to be legendary. If it were to be sold, the price would be at least a few million kinnar. Sulin planned to make this eye into the omniscient eye and install it in a Magus tower. Chapter 649. The power of the omniscient eye mainly depended on the quality of the eye. Of course, some high-quality special crystals could also be used as the main body of the omniscient eye. Of course, the best choice was to use the eye of a high-level beholder because the eyes of these high-level monsters had some special abilities that the omniscient eye made from other materials didn't have. Now, using the eye of a demigod creature, the omniscient eye would be at least an advanced legendary magic creation. Sulin quickly removed the main eye of the evil eye tyrant and its dozens of secondary eyes. These secondary eyes were also very good materials. Although they couldn't be used to make the omniscient eye, they could be used to make the scouting eye. The scouting eye was a careful scouting tool. This kind of magic creation was created by combining a type of spell. Wizards had a spell called Spell Eye. They could use this spell to create an eye for scouting. This scouting eye was created by combining this spell. This scouting eye had the ability to become invisible and fly. It could transmit the observed images to the wizard in real time. It was very useful. Many wizards could make some. Of course, due to the different craftsmanship and materials, the quality of these scouting eyes varied. After spending some time, Sulin finally cleaned up the spoils of war. The next step was to completely clear out the mutated monsters here. These mutated monsters were basically mutated by the radiation of the Evil Eye Tyrant's evil energy. A few pairs of secondary eyes grew on their bodies. Of course, most of them were fake eyes and didn't have any abilities. However, there were some that had mutated seriously, and these eyes had special abilities. Sulin opened the teleportation door and asked Hathaway to send the rock golems from the golem army over. They cleaned up the area thoroughly and made sure that there were no more mutated monsters alive. After that, they left and returned to the North Wind Tower. After leaving the cleaning up to the others, Sulin returned to his room to check out his rewards. After killing the Evil Eye Tyrant and the otherworldly demon, he had obtained a total of 4 diamond treasure chests. Sulin went to take a shower first. After washing his hands 3 times, he returned to his room and sat down to prepare to open the treasure chests. He opened the storage space and chose to open the treasure chest. A beautiful sound and light effect appeared in front of his eyes, followed by a series of system notifications. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item, the relationship between weather and magic. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained a high-grade legendary soul crystal. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Floating City Blueprint. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Principles and Application of Energy. As the light dissipated, 4 items appeared in front of Sulin. They were 3 magic books and a soul crystal. No one would complain about having too many soul crystals. He put them away and gave them to Hathaway to create high-level magic statues or tower spirits. He then picked up the 3 magic books of different colors. The relationship between weather and magic seemed to be a theoretical book about weather. After reading it briefly, Sulin realized that this book was not only about the theory of weather, but also the method of using magic to control and change the climate. In other words, if he fully mastered the content of this book, he could try to change the environment and climate. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the Great Arcanists had done a lot of things to transform the Bitwall. They had transformed the Abyss Bitwall into a place suitable for human habitation. Although the knowledge in this book did not record how to transform the Abyss, the knowledge in this book was still very precious. It just so happened that Sulin and Hathaway had opened up a half-bit wall. They could experiment with the knowledge in the half-bit wall. Although this kind of book did not seem to have any lethality, it seemed to be the knowledge of environmental transformation technology. In fact, it was the only way to study weather weapons. Mastering weather weapons could create natural disasters. This kind of power had already appeared in the era of the Arcane Empire. The value of this kind of knowledge was higher than those legendary spells. Sulin simply flipped through it and carefully put it away. This book would be included in the top knowledge of the Tower of the North Wind. After putting away the book, Sulin began to look through the remaining 2 books. Blueprint of a Floating Space City was a book about the design and construction of a floating space city. It contained all kinds of knowledge about the construction of a floating space city. In fact, Sulin thought that this book should be renamed a step-by-step guide to building a floating space city. Of course, Sulin was exaggerating. After all, the knowledge in this book was still very profound. Legendary wizards basically could not understand it. However, as long as they could learn this knowledge, building a floating space city was still possible. Of course, this also required a huge amount of manpower, material resources, and financial support. After all, a floating space city with a capacity of 5,000 people was completely different from a floating space city with a capacity of 100,000 people. Sulin was planning to build a floating space city. Now that he had this book, he could start building it. As for the last book, The Principle and Application of Energy, it also made Sulin's eyes light up. This book recorded the theory and information of the operation and application of various spells and energy. Originally, Sulin thought that it was an academic research book, but after flipping through it, he realized that it was a killer book. For example, It was equivalent to the relationship between nuclear physics and atomic bombs in his previous life. To put it simply, the most famous knowledge in this book was the mana-particle railgun. The killer weapon of the North Wind Tower was one of the products of this book. Hathaway and Sulin spent a lot of effort when making this item. The railgun was an early product. From the appearance of this weapon to the destruction of the Arcane Empire, this mana-particle railgun had undergone several generations of updates. The power of the mana-particle railgun in the North Town was about the 10th circle according to the calculation of the spell circle. In the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, the power of the latest generation of mana-particle railgun had reached the 12th circle spell level. Of course, even in the era of the Arcane Empire, this level of spell was strictly forbidden to be released in the material plane. Such powerful power would cause very serious damage to the material plane, and the damage might even be irreparable. Chapter 650. So far, there was no defensive spell that could withstand a 12-circle spell attack. Even the most powerful enigma of the Arcane Empire couldn't do it. This kind of power was developed by the Arcanists to deal with the gods. However, after the collapse of the Arcane Empire, it had completely disappeared. Now, Sulin's mana-particle railgun was very rare. Many wizards suspected that it was the work of the gods because this kind of weapon could threaten the gods. The book that Sulin had now was not the technical information of making the mana-particle railgun, but a theoretical book. However, even the theory was very good. The Northwind Tower already had the mana-particle railgun. With this perfect theoretical knowledge, as long as Sulin was given time, he could upgrade the mana-particle railgun bit by bit. Perhaps it would not reach the level of destruction of the Arcane Empire, but it was still possible to surpass the 10th circle. After understanding the importance of these things, Sulin put all the books away. The value of the knowledge was too amazing. Except for Sulin and Hathaway, no one else had the right to read it. For the next few days, Sulin, Hathaway, and Alex stayed in the laboratory together to study the information and began to discuss the next development of the Northwind Tower. The construction of the floating space city had been put on the agenda. Combined with the information in the book, Sulin finally decided to build a medium-sized floating space city. This kind of floating space city was the largest one that the Northwind Tower could afford now. As for a bigger floating space city, the Northwind Tower was unable to build it with the resources they had. Of course, when Sulin built the floating space city, he also left room for the floating space city to be upgraded. When he had enough financial resources in the future, he could upgrade the floating space city. Sulin intended to transform the floating space city with the current North City. Although the North City was an ordinary city, Sulin spent a lot of effort during the construction. The city was basically reinforced with hardening. As long as some materials were added in some places, the toughness of the city would completely meet the requirements of the floating space city. This would not only save a lot of resources and money, but it would also reduce the time and energy needed to rebuild the city. In addition, Sulin didn't want to give up the buildings of wonder that he had spent a lot of time and energy to build. Additionally, he couldn't get the materials needed to build the buildings of wonder in a short period of time. He didn't want to give up the magical effects of these buildings of wonder. Therefore, using Northtown City to build a floating city was the best solution. Northern Battlefront City could accommodate 200,000 people. Of course, it was already too big, so Sulin planned to abandon some of the unimportant places. After all, the elemental furnace in the floating city had limited capacity. Unless Sulin was prepared to build another elemental furnace, or if the elemental furnace technology improved, he could create an elemental annihilation furnace that could provide more energy than the elemental fusion furnace. After deciding to build a floating city based on Northern Citadel, the rest was a lot easier. All they had to do was upgrade and modify Northern Citadel according to the standards of a floating city. The laying of various energy channels, as well as the relocation of some buildings and factories, and so on, also needed to be carried out. There was limited space in the floating city, so Sulin needed to make the best use of the limited space he had. Of course, he didn't completely abandon the unimportant buildings and factories. The floating city had limited space, but they could be moved to the demiplane. Su Luan had planned to link the demiplane with the floating city. This demiplane would be the production base of the floating city. Of course, the premise of this was that Su Luan needed to open up the demiplane properly. It took some time to sort out the details of the northern town's renovation work. Milky Way would divide the work among the apprentices. Some of the simple and repetitive tasks would be handled by the apprentices, such as replacing some parts of the city with obsidian and reinforcing them. The apprentices of the Northwind Tower would come in handy. Some of the physical work would be handed over to the golems, such as digging up the underground of Northern Citadel and digging out the energy channels in the city. The work wasn't complicated, but it was a lot of work. The tower spirit could command the golems to do the work, as long as it passed the inspection. Other than that, there were other important tasks that needed Su Lin and the others to command. This part wasn't urgent yet. Su Lin planned to sort out the work and record the standards for peace so that they could build according to the standards. After this division of work, Su Lin and the others would have a lot less work to do. Since everyone was only given a part of the work, it could be done in secret. Other than Su Lin and the others who knew everything, the others only knew a part of it. Many buildings in Northern Citadel needed to be demolished. Even Sullen's palace couldn't avoid it. The palace was still too big. It wouldn't be a problem in a normal city, but in a floating city with limited space resources, it was a complete waste. Su Lin didn't want to directly demolish the palace. After all, the money spent was not a small amount. Therefore, he planned to move the entire palace to the outer city. The outer city of Northern Citadel would also be expanded. The construction of the floating city would take a lot of time. Su Lin and the others had only sorted out a part of it. The rest of the time would need to be completed as they built it. After the work of the floating city was completed, Su Lin and Hathaway started to work on the eyeball of the Evil Eye Tyrant. The eyeball from the Evil Eye Tyrant was the size of a soccer ball. After being treated with a special liquid, the eyeball had started to crystallize. Next, Su Lin and Hathaway needed to work on the eyeball together. In order to make a powerful, all-seeing eye, many precious resources were needed. Among them, mithril, orichalcum, and star silver sand were indispensable. Fortunately, Su Lin still had a lot of stock. In addition, the underground mine had been mining, so it was basically enough to make the all-seeing eye. Even so, they had to be careful. The eye was a very fragile part. Even after being crystallized, it was still the same. Once some small things inside were damaged, Su Lin couldn't repair them. Moreover, there was only one eyeball. Once it was damaged, it couldn't be replaced. Under the careful operation of Su Lin and Hathaway, the all-seeing eye was made bit by bit. Chapter 651. Su Lin, help me deal with the fruit of the ghost flower. Remember to use the cold extraction method. Only the cold extraction method can be used to deal with the Evil Eye Tyrant's eye. Hathaway kept busy on the experiment table and said without raising her head, "Don't worry, I won't make a mistake." Su Lin nodded. Then, he picked up a sealed box on the experiment table and took out a strange gray fruit. The fruit emitted a cold aura as soon as it appeared. It was as if the temperature of the entire room had dropped by a few degrees. Sullen's hand flashed with light, and then he pointed at the fruit. Then, a cold aura appeared. What was amazing was that this cold aura was controlled in a very small area. As Su Lin kept injecting magic energy, some crystal-clear powder was sprinkled on the fruit. Soon, the fruit of the ghost flower began to change. The fruit quickly started to melt. In just a few seconds, the fruit of the ghost flower turned into a pool of blue liquid. "Hathaway, here you go." Su Lin used a glass rod to stir the liquid evenly and handed it to Hathaway. Hathaway reached out and took it. She casually cast a spell to examine it. "The quality is not bad. Looks like you've improved." "Of course, I'm a genius," Su Lin said proudly. Hee hee. Hathaway rolled her eyes at Su Lin. Then, she picked up the liquid. Then a light flashed. Then, the liquid flew up under the control of a spell. Then, it slowly enveloped the eyeball of the Evil Eye Tyrant. Sulin and Hathaway were making the omniscient eye. As the main body of the evil eye tyrants, I was of high quality. The two of them were very careful in order to maximize the effect. Fortunately, Hathaway's skills were superb. After the two of them worked hard, the eyeball of the evil eye tyrant was finally dealt with. Sulin and Hathaway looked at each other and smiled as they looked at the omniscient eye floating in the air. All right, I'm finally done. Next, I'll have to test the effects of this omniscient eye. After saying that, the two of them left the laboratory together and headed towards the astrology platform. The omniscient eye could only be used when placed on the astrology platform. Hathaway and Sulin walked all the way to the astrology platform. At this time, the astrology platform had already been modified. In the center of the astrology platform was a stone platform about 1 meter in diameter. The stone platform was engraved with many runes. This was Alex's work for the past few days. This stone platform was specifically used to install the omniscient eye. Hathaway carefully placed the omniscient eye on the stone platform and nodded at the others. You can connect to the energy now, Hathaway said. Then let's test it by connecting to the energy. Okay, Hathaway nodded. She then turned to Inhe and said, Inhe, link up with omniscient eye. Accept the mission. Connecting to omniscient eye. Connection successful. Begin the self-check. The self-check is complete. The equipment is normal. Activate, Sulin ordered. Activate omniscient eye. The energy channel is connecting to the energy. Omniscient eye is activating. Initializing process in progress. Please wait. Activation successful. Following the rise of a spiritual light, the omniscient eye slowly lit up. Soon, the crystal-like omniscient eye began to rotate slowly. The runes on the stone platform continuously lit up. Powerful magic waves slowly spread out. Following that, a spiritual light shot up into the sky. The light was not dazzling. This spiritual light directly penetrated the top floor of the astrology tower and went straight into the sky. At the same time, a three-dimensional image appeared on the stone platform. This image was the topographic map of the northern citadel. Looks like we've succeeded. Sulin finally let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile when he saw the image in front of him. Not yet. Although we've successfully activated it, we still haven't seen how high the resolution of the omniscient eye is and how wide its observation range is. Hathaway shook her head and said, I think it's definitely beyond our expectations. Sulin said with a smile. Let's hope so. I'm very nervous now, Hathaway said with a conflicted expression. Don't worry. Even if it doesn't reach our expectations, we've succeeded this time. Sulin walked over and put his arm around Hathaway's shoulder. All right, since we've done what we should do, let's see how it goes. Hathaway nodded and said, Tower Spirit Milky Way. Increase the resolution of the omniscient eye to the maximum. Following Sulin's command, the original three-dimensional image began to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the resolution of the three-dimensional image in front of them was increased to the maximum. The image was very clear. The resolution of the image in front of them was shockingly high. It clearly showed a farm outside the northern citadel. Every plant and tree in the farm was extremely clear. Even the ants in the farm could be seen clearly. This resolution is too high, Hathaway said in surprise when she saw the image in front of her. This is unbelievable. This thing is too powerful. Let's see what's the limit of its range. After seeing the resolution of the omniscient eye, Sulin was now full of expectations for the range of the omniscient eye. Following Sulin's command, the three-dimensional image in front of them changed again. The image that appeared this time surprised him even more. The three-dimensional image in front of them presented a model that looked like a planet. This model did not show the entire planet. It only showed about 1/5 of the area. The model image was not static. Instead, it was slowly rotating at a certain speed. Seeing this, Sulin understood that this was a three-dimensional image of the planet they were living on. After checking for a while, Sulin finally confirmed that the omniscient eye in front of him could sense up to 3,000 kilometers away. Within this range, The omniscient, I could detect things as small as an ant on the ground. Of course, this level of monitoring could not be used all the time. Although the omniscient, I could observe such a large range. It could detect too much data at once. The omniscient, I could not handle it at all. After checking, they found that if the omniscient I was used at full power, it could detect up to 50 targets within 3,000 kilometers at once. This number would increase rapidly as the range shrank. If it was a range of 100 kilometers, the omniscient, I could easily detect up to 10,000 targets. Of course, if they wanted to monitor more targets, they would need to install a tower spirit independently of the omniscient eye. This way, the number of targets that the omniscient eye could monitor would increase by a few times or even dozens of times. Chapter 652. Sulin looked at the omniscient eye in front of him with a look of surprise. This thing had given him too many surprises today. After some inspection, he was shocked by the power of the omniscient eye in front of him. This thing was simply a man-made satellite. No, it was more powerful than a man-made satellite. A man-made satellite still needed to be lifted into space, and its lifespan was only a dozen years. It could not monitor invisible objects at all. However, this omniscient eye not only could detect invisible objects, but even the shadows of legendary rogues could not be hidden under it. In addition to these functions, the omniscient eye could also launch an accurate attack. The omniscient eye could launch an energy beam attack with power ranging from the 6th circle to the 9th circle. This energy beam was very fast and accurate. As long as the energy was supplied in time, it could attack targets 3,000 kilometers away. The energy beam was the talent of the evil eye tyrant. Sulin and Hathaway spent a lot of effort when making the omniscient eye and finally preserved this talent. Now it seemed that it was completely worth it. The omniscient eye in front of him was not its limit. In fact, the platform provided by the Tower of the North Wind was still a little weak. If the omniscient eye was installed on the floating city, then it could really become a satellite. By then, as long as there were 3 omniscient eyes, Sulin could monitor any place in the entire Tyrol world. Of course, Sulin did not intend to do this. He did not intend to dominate the world and become the leader of Tyrol. What was the point of monitoring the whole world? Sulin was not too ambitious. Whether the world was peaceful or not, it had nothing to do with him. As long as there was no problem with his territory, it was fine. And even if he spent a lot of effort to take down the surrounding countries, what would he do? Spend a lot of time and effort to fight with the nobles for the welfare of the masses? He was not that great. After all, before he crossed over, Sulin was just a small citizen. He was not a revolutionary. He was not interested in promoting the development of civilization in this world. If he really did that, he would be the enemy of all the nobles in the world. Even those professions, wizards, and churches would oppose him. In this world with a true god, even the powerful arcane kingdom had been destroyed. His small body couldn't bear it. Omniscient eye, advanced legendary creation. Material, evil eye tyrant eye, mithril, orichalcum, galaxy silver sand. Effect, can monitor an area of 3,000 kilometers and can also use ray attacks. Vision range plus 50, attack range plus 50, stealth detection plus 50, nowhere to hide plus 50, indestructible plus 35, energy conservation plus 45, energy monitoring plus 50. Evaluation. This is a powerful eye that can observe every movement within 3,000 kilometers. Note, it is forbidden to use it to peek at beautiful women. After the installation of the omniscient eye, the safety level of the Northwind Tower was once again raised to a higher level. When the Wizard Tower was first built, the challenge level of the Wizard Tower was about level 18. Later, it reached level 20 after some improvements. After several upgrades, and finally after obtaining the Magic Breaker Golem Puppet and the Golem Army, the challenge level of the Northwind Tower reached level 27, which was already a very high level. Now, with the Omniscient Eye, the challenge level of the Northwind Tower was infinitely close to level 30. After completing the Omniscient Eye, Sulin and Hathaway did not have any free time. Instead, they became busier. The blueprint of the floating space city had been prepared. The next step was to start the transformation of Northtown City. Sulin and Hathaway once again returned to the laboratory. They still had a lot of work to do. They had not only obtained one eye from the evil eye tyrant, but there were also dozens of secondary eyes. Although these secondary eyes could not be used to create the omniscient eye, they were very suitable for creating the scout eye. These scout eyes could be carried around. After activating them, the user would enter a state of advanced stealth. The scout eyes could fly and transmit the surrounding scene. Because it used advanced stealth, even ordinary legendary figures would not be able to detect it. It could be said that it was very useful. Compared to the omniscient eye, the scout eyes were much cheaper. Of course, even without the scout eyes, the total price was still very high. It was basically not much less than the omniscient eye. These scout eyes could also fly, and they moved very quickly. As long as they were fully charged, this batch of scout eyes could work continuously for a week. During this time, they could easily transmit information and monitor the surrounding environment. These scout eyes were made to deal with the environment in the wild or other planes. The crafting of these scout eyes was much simpler than the omniscient eye. Sulin and Hathaway did not have much difficulty making them. It took them a few days to complete all the secondary eyes of the evil eye tyrants. These scout eyes were divided equally between the two of them. Of course, some of them were given to others to use. After confirming the blueprint, the Northern Citadel became very busy. Every day, a large number of workers were working under the command of the wizard apprentices. The original city walls of the inner city had also been removed. Teams of kobolds were digging under the whip of the kobold supervisors. Sulen had already marked the space under the Northern Citadel in the blueprint. There were a lot of tunnels above and connecting points. A lot of things needed to be excavated. In order to upgrade the Northern Citadel into a floating city, the first problem to be solved was the underground connection of the city. These connections needed to be disconnected from the ground when the floating city ascended into the sky. Moreover, these tunnels needed to be dug very carefully. According to the requirements of the floating city, the city needed to be separated from the ground in the end. Therefore, the excavation of the underground had to be done carefully. If they dug carelessly, it was very likely that the Northern Citadel would collapse in the end. The excavation of the underground world needed a good plan. It cannot be done carelessly. In addition, there were a lot of pipelines that needed to be laid in the Northern Citadel. Groups of iron golems were being transported back. These golems were the most powerful labor force in the Northern Citadel. After digging the trenches according to the blueprint, the golem army followed the requirements. Sulin then returned to the mystery plane. The floating city needed a lot of magic crystals. Sulin came this time to check on the growth of the crystal beasts. These crystal beasts could produce magic crystals endlessly. It was a good time to use them on the floating city. Chapter 653. The renovation of the Northern Town City was going smoothly, but the amount of work this time was quite large, so it might take a long time. Building a floating city required a large amount of magic crystals, and the magic crystals of the Northern Wind Tower were all produced by the crystal beasts. After a long period of reconstruction, about 80% of the secret mirror had been repaired, and all the medicine fields had been restored. Now, many of the resources in the Northern Wind Tower were supplied by the secret mirror. In addition to supplying the Northern Wind Tower, some of the resources in the secret mirror would be sold. The ancient wisdom tree in the secret mirror was thriving. This tree had a plant domain, so it could change the environment around it. All kinds of magical plants in the medicine fields would grow better. The production of the secret mirror was enough to support the development of the Northern Wind Tower. Since he had decided to build a floating city, Sulin decided to expand the Northern Wind Academy. Now, there were less than 100 wizards and apprentices in the Northern Wind Tower, which was not enough to support a floating city. Although most of the floating city could be operated by the Tower Genie, if it wanted to continue to prosper, it needed a sufficient population. In order to recruit more apprentices, Sulin asked Phyllis to issue an order in San Felto City to recruit apprentices in the entire Kingdom of Florence. All children, including slaves, commoners, and nobles. As long as they were 12 years old and passed the qualification test, they could join the Northern Wind Academy. Most of the population in the Northern Wind Duchy were immigrants from other places, so the population structure was very abnormal. There were basically no old people, and the number of children was pitifully small. However, the Kingdom of Florence was different. The population of the Kingdom of Florence was estimated to be about 10 million, and the number of children in this population was at least 1 or 2 million. Excluding those who were younger or older, there would be about 1 million. According to the 1 in 1,000 probability, these people could recruit almost 1,000 apprentices. Although it was still not enough to meet the requirements of the floating city, this was the best way for now. As for finding other wizard organizations for help, when the time came, would he still have the final say in the floating city? Sulen could also recruit a large number of wandering wizards into the academy. Of course, these wandering wizards would not have any sense of belonging to the Northwind Tower, and they would cause a lot of problems. However, for the sake of the academy's normal operation, Sulen could only accept it for now. However, this situation could not continue for too long. In a few years, the first batch of sorcerer apprentices of the Northern Wind Academy would have successfully become sorcerers. After a few more years, there would be quite a few sorcerer apprentices who would become sorcerers. They would become the backbone of the Northern Wind Academy. It was not easy to recruit wandering wizards. Sulen had to pay real money. After all, wizards believed in equivalent exchange. Fortunately, the secret realm where the abomination was sealed was now being developed. With 2 secret realms, the Northwind Academy could still support a large wizard organization. Sulen even planned to set up a wizard market near Northtown for trading purposes. A wizard market would bring a lot of income every year, and there would also be a variety of rare magic items circulating. This was very important to the Northwind Tower. After thinking for a while, Sulen decided to set up a wizard market. He intended to give this task to Karina and Chris. One of them was a legendary succubus, and the other was a 4th-grade sorcerer. Using them to set up a wizard market was like using sledgehammers to crack a nut. After being busy for 3 to 4 months, these things finally came to an end. The wizard market was almost built, and it would not take long before it could be used. The matter of recruiting sorcerer apprentices was also almost completed. Regarding the recruitment of sorcerer apprentices by the North Wind Academy, the people of the Kingdom of Florence were all scrambling like ducks. One must know that this was a great opportunity. As long as they successfully passed the test, no matter what they were originally, they would get a new identity and rewards. In order to prevent some nobles from obstructing, Sulen specially ordered that anyone who obstructed in any way would be punished by the North Wind Academy. More than 1 million children were distributed in hundreds of large and small cities. The North Wind Academy spent a lot of time and money to recruit more than 20 wandering sorcerers. Coupled with the hundreds of sorcerers supported by the Stellar Spire, this task was finally completed. In the end, the North Wind Academy recruited 1136 sorcerer apprentices from the Kingdom of Florence. These sorcerer apprentices would all enter the academy to study in the near future. Next, the North Wind Academy would become very busy. At the same time, this place would become full of vitality. At the same time, Sulen also received another piece of good news. There was new progress in the research of the elemental fusion furnace. Originally, the theory of the elemental fusion furnace was very complete. Later, after the completion of the elemental fission furnace, the research of elemental fusion would also be promoted. Now, the elemental fusion furnace finally had some results, but it still needed some materials. According to Hathaway, it needed a special kind of lava crystal. This kind of lava crystal was very rare in the material plane, and only a small amount was produced in the Doomsday Volcano in the west of the continent. For the research of the elemental fusion furnace, Sulen planned to go to the west of the continent. Before leaving, Sulen told Hathaway, "It will take me at least 3 months to go to the west of the continent, even half a year. During this time, you must guard the North Wind Spire. You must be careful. The safety of the North Wind Spire is the priority." Don't worry, we will take good care of this place, Hathaway said seriously. By the way, the cooperation with the Stellar Spire should also be accelerated. Once the monsters of the Ancient Seal appear in the northern wilderness, you must be careful to deal with them. If you can't handle it, let me know. I will rush back as soon as possible. Although the transmission array on the floating space tower could not transmit to anywhere at will, with Sullen's cooperation, it could still open a temporary portal to return to the North Town. The continent where Sulen was now located was very large, equivalent to the area of Europe, Asia, and Africa combined in his previous life. Even so, it was not the largest continent in the world. But even so, it was already very large. There were more than 200 countries of various sizes living on this continent, and the Doomsday Volcano was in the westernmost part of the continent. Sulen had to cross the entire continent to reach the Doomsday Volcano. On this vast continent, not all places were suitable for human survival. The Death Desert, the impassable swamp, the dark mountain range, and so on were basically inaccessible due to the harsh environment or other reasons. It was said that there were powerful magic beasts living in these places, and their strength was not inferior to the dragon. Chapter 654. Sulen rode the Pegasus to the west. This time, in addition to looking for lava crystals, Sulen also planned to travel. You should know that the world is still very big, and there are always things that you're interested in. The different customs and specialties between different countries interested Sulen. Sulen needed to cross the Sea of Death to go to the west of the continent. In his previous life, Sulen also liked to read, but because of work and embarrassment, he could only write books. Now that he had the opportunity to travel the continent, Sulen would not let it go. Along the way, he passed through the northern wilderness, Florence, Lorenza, and entered the territory of the Desert Kingdom. From the Desert Kingdom, he went all the way through the vast mountains to the kingdom of the Mountain Dwarves. The Mountain Dwarves and Gray Dwarves were cousins, but the relationship between them was very bad. Although it was not as good as the relationship between the elves and the drows, it was not much better. These dwarves also liked to drink, and their manners were rude, but they were very hospitable. Of course, the premise was that you could become friends with them. After a month of travel, Sulen finally arrived at the west of the continent. At this time, the west of the continent was not very peaceful. Several countries around it were at war. There were also several wizard organizations here, and the war between these countries was controlled by these wizard organizations. The specific reason was that there was a magic gem mine at the border of these countries. This kind of magic gem mine was very valuable. In addition to magic gems, there were also a lot of other magic materials. The value of these materials was very high. Several wizard organizations found this place one after another. Every wizard organization wanted to take this mine in their hands, but until now, they had not succeeded. After a month of continuous travel, although he did not feel tired physically, he was a little tired mentally. So Sulen planned to go to the wizard market nearby to rest and take a stroll. Sulen took out a map and looked at it. The nearest wizard market should be the town of Lodo. The town of Lodo was a wizard market under the White Raven Academy. The White Raven Academy was also a large wizard organization. The two small countries around it were their territory. It could be said that the White Raven Academy had the most wizards around. According to the markings on the map, Sulen finally arrived at a town built at the foot of a mountain after traveling for more than 30 kilometers. Is this Luo Duo town? Sulen's eyes moved slightly, and then he lightly knocked on the horse's belly. The heaven horse snorted and then walked towards the small town. As soon as he got close to the adept town, Sulen could clearly feel that the concentration of elemental energy around him had increased significantly. There should be a runic circle set up in this town to gather the elemental energy around here. The main purpose of this market was to rent rooms for wandering adepts from other countries. At the same time, it was also a large-scale material trading market. When Sulen entered the market, he found that there were thousands of people living in this small town. Some of them were wizards or wizard apprentices, while the rest were wizards, servants, and handymen. They were responsible for all kinds of manual labor, such as cleaning and carrying. Wizards also needed large amounts of magic materials for their training. Since the elemental energy was thin in ordinary places, it was best to find a place with dense magic energy to train. One had to admit that the White Raven Academy was quite bold. They had spent so much to build a runic circle in this town. Many wizards were willing to live in this town. "Sir, is this your first time in Luo Duo town?" As soon as Sulin entered the town, a figure came up to him and said. He turned his head and saw a young man in his 20s looking at him with a smile on his face. "Sir, I've been in this market for more than 10 years. I'm very well informed about this place. I basically have all the information you want." Sulin's heart skipped a beat, and he threw a low-quality magic crystal to the young man. The young man took the ransom and wiped it with excitement on his face. After that, he carefully kept it. This young man was also a wizard, but he looked a little down. In fact, most wandering adepts did not have a good life. After putting away the magic crystal, the young wizard began to introduce the general situation of this town. "Sir, are you here for the gem mine?" "Gem mine?" Sulin frowned and asked casually. "Tell me about it." These countries were all here for the gem mine. It was said that this gem mine was originally hidden in a secret realm. After a long time, the wizard organization had basically disappeared, leaving only a broken secret realm. It was said that this secret realm was quite well preserved. He didn't know if there were any precious materials left behind in this secret realm. It was said that these countries were not fighting because of the gem mine, but because some information left behind by the wizard organization was found in the secret realm. No one knew who took it. Under the guidance of this wizard, Sulin wandered around the market. In the end, he did not find anything. Although there were a lot of resources here, most of them were in the northern city. He wanted to buy something else, but he did not find anything. After staying in Luo Duo town for 3 days, Sulin continued to move west. Maybe because the war between these wizard organizations was a bit fierce, it attracted the attention of other wizard organizations. He did not have any problems crossing these countries. After a week, Sulin finally arrived at the next wizard market. This place was not far from the Doomsday Mountain Range. After coming here again, Sulin went directly to the Wizard Bazaar. If he wanted a lava spar, he might find it here. This place was very close to the Doomsday Mountain Range. All kinds of magical beasts often ran out of the Doomsday Mountain Range. This market could also be said to be an outpost against the Doomsday Mountain Range. Maybe because the war between these wizard organizations was a bit fierce, it attracted the attention of other wizard organizations. He did not have any problems crossing these countries. After a week, Sulin finally arrived at the next wizard market. This place was not far from the Doomsday Mountain Range. After coming here again, Sulin went directly to the Wizard Bazaar. If he wanted the lava spar, he might find it here. This place was very close to the Doomsday Mountain Range. All kinds of magical beasts often ran out of the Doomsday Mountain Range. This market could also be said to be an outpost against the Doomsday Mountain Range. Maybe because the war between these wizard organizations was a bit fierce, it attracted the attention of other wizard organizations. He did not have any problems crossing these countries. Chapter 655. The war between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods swept through many planes of the multiverse. Many planes were seriously damaged because of the war. The Terra plane was relatively better. At least there was no death in that plane. It was many times better than the Doomsday Setting Sun plane. According to the few words passed down by some astral world explorers, the Doomsday Setting Sun plane was almost collapsing. The whole plane was full of endless yellow sand. Only a few people were struggling to survive in the remaining oases. It was a desperate world. The plane barrier had become broken. If there were no accidents, the plane would completely die in a few hundred years at most. Sulin entered the Doomsday Mountains. He bought the map in his hand at the last wizard fair. The map not only marked the topographic map of the Doomsday Mountains, the surrounding cities, but also several other wizard fairs nearby. According to the mark on the map, Sulin went to the nearest active volcano. According to the record, The active volcano had just erupted less than a year ago. The Doomsday Volcano was damaged because of the war between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods. The magma in the core of the volcano became very active. The mountains were very unstable. Earthquakes or volcanic eruptions often occurred. And for unknown reasons, the temperature of the magma in the volcano was astonishingly high. The magma was generally more than a few thousand degrees. The environment was very bad, but there were also a large number of magic creatures living there. Because of the abundant energy and the harsh environment, the magic creatures living there were generally very strong. Although it was very dangerous, a large number of wizards and adventurers came here every year to search for treasures. There were a large number of magic creatures here. Several wizard organizations around the area had set up wizard fairs here to buy and trade various materials in the Doomsday Mountains. Sulin rode the Pegasus all the way into the Doomsday Mountains. As soon as he arrived, Sulin felt that the surrounding temperature had risen by at least 10 degrees. The environment was very dry and hot. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. The Pegasus ran as if it was running on flat ground. Some fire lizards that were looking for food were scared into the crevices of the rocks. The sky looked gray, as if it was covered with a layer of gauze. The thorny bushes on the ground were malevolent and deformed, like the claws of a devil. The Pegasus snorted and shook its head. It was obvious that it did not like this environment. The Heaven Horse's speed was very fast, and even in this environment, its speed did not decrease. After running for about half a day, Sulin saw his destination this time, the volcano that had just erupted. At this time, there was a thick layer of volcanic ash around the volcano. The cooling magma made the place look very desolate. The lava crystal that Sulin was looking for was produced here, but it was very rare. When they arrived near the volcano, the surrounding temperature became even higher. The volcano that had stopped erupting was still emitting black smoke, and the surrounding air was very turbid. There was even a large amount of poisonous gas mixed in. It could be said that the environment here was very similar to the fire elemental plane. When they arrived near the volcano, Sulin asked the Heaven Horse to find a place to play by itself. He then went to the mouth of the volcano. Although the volcanic eruption was very dangerous, it could also bring a lot of opportunities. There were all kinds of metal minerals and magic gems in the solidified magma. Many wizards and adventurers would risk their lives to collect them. Because of the eruption of the magma, these things or enchanted materials were often buried very shallow, so it was much easier to find them. Sulin spread out his powerful power of the will and entered the solidified magma to search. All kinds of enchanted materials and magic gems were obviously different from the magma when the power of the will scanned. As long as they were not buried too deep, a wizard could quickly find these things. Soon, it took Sulin 10 minutes to search the area carefully. In the end, he only found a few natural gold nuggets. He did not find a single magic gem. Sulin was already mentally prepared for this situation. After changing to another place, he began to search again. As time passed, the sky quickly darkened. After an afternoon of searching, Sulin searched the surrounding area, but he did not find much. Only 2 peanut-sized magic gems were found, and nothing else. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Sulin did not continue his journey. Instead, he found a hidden area and prepared to camp. For wizards, camping in the wild was very convenient, especially for high-grade wizards. Sulin gently waved his arm. An ray of light rose. Then, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Sulin's magic mansion. The original version of this spell was the level 7 spell, Mansion. Sulin modified this spell and rebuilt a luxurious mansion, increasing the casting difficulty and mana consumption. After completing the spell, Sulin brought the Pegasus into the mansion, and the spatial crack disappeared without a trace. For more than a month, Sulin basically spent his time in his mansion. He even left a clay golem in the mansion as a servant. Although it was only a low-grade golem, the intelligence of this golem was not inferior to that of steel golem. It was completely made according to the template of a butler. The only regret was that this golem was very bad at cooking. In the next few days, Sulin began to search in the Doomsday Mountains. Unfortunately, he searched several volcanoes in a row, but he did not find the lava crystal. Fortunately, he also obtained some magic gems and enchanted materials. At least his efforts were not in vain. After a few days of fruitless searching, Sulin planned to go to the surrounding wizard bazaars to try his luck. The production of lava crystals was very low, and there might be some in the wizard bazaar here. He rode the Pegasus to the nearest wizard bazaar. What surprised him was that the wizard bazaar in front of him was actually a small town. Looking at the scale, there were at least tens of thousands of people living in it. It was the first time Sulin had seen a wizard bazaar of such a scale. Of course, although there were tens of thousands of people, there were not many wizards inside. Most of them were ordinary people who served the wizards. Outside the wizard bazaar, a powerful barrier was set up. According to Sulin's estimation, this barrier was at least at the legendary level. After entering the bazaar, Sulin did not delay and directly found dozens of the largest shops, Alice's Magic Hut. This magic shop was a shop of a large wizard organization nearby, the Fairies Garden. There were many enchanted materials inside. This fairies garden was said to have the bloodline of fairies. It was a typical wizard organization with both warlocks and wizards, and its strength was not bad. Chapter 656. Welcome. Sulin stepped into the shop. As soon as he entered, a pretty apprentice greeted Sulin respectfully. "What can I do for you, my lord?" One of the witch apprentices said with a sweet smile and invited Sulin in. This sorcerer apprentice had a gorgeous appearance. Her skin was fair, her body was slender, and her ears were pointy. It was obvious that she was a sorcerer apprentice with fairy blood running through her veins. Generally speaking, there were very few witches among the sorcerers who were ugly. They were all very beautiful. Sorcerers had many different abilities. Even if they were originally ugly, there were too many ways to change them after becoming a sorcerer. Therefore, there were basically no ugly sorcerers. "Do you have lava crystal for sale here?" Sulin asked directly. "Lava crystal, huh? It just so happens that we received one 2 days ago. Please take a rest, sir. I'll go inform the manager." As she spoke, the apprentice smiled at Sulin. That smile looked very charming, and even Sulin felt a trace of heat rise in his heart. However, Sulin quickly frowned. Charm? She really does have fairy blood. Looking at the apprentice's figure swaying as she left, Sulin instantly reacted. This witch was born with the ability to charm people, using charm to attract customers. No wonder her business is getting bigger and bigger. Sulin shook his head inwardly. Soon, a series of footsteps sounded. Then, a fatty who looked to be in his 40s walked in with a smile on his face. This fatty had a broad body and looked harmless. However, if one looked closely, they would find that a trace of shrewdness flashed through his eyes from time to time. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. Most likely, you came from outside the Doomsday Mountains." "Sir, you have good eyesight," Sulin said calmly. "I did come from another city and wanted to buy a few pieces of lava crystals. However, when I came here, I realized that lava crystals are not easy to buy." "Haha, there are no restrictions on ordinary magic items. However, I think that kind of rare information is rarely sold even here," the manager said with a smile. "It just so happens that we still have one left." The manager waved at the apprentice next to him. The apprentice walked forward and placed a box on the table. "We just received it. You can take a look at it first." "Please." Sulin picked up the box and opened it. As soon as he opened the box, he was greeted by a wave of heat. The temperature of the room instantly increased by several degrees. Inside the box was a red magic crystal that was slightly smaller than an egg. It was the lava crystal. Sulin gently picked up the lava crystal. It was warm and comfortable to the touch. There was a scorching energy within the lava crystal. After checking it again, Sulin frowned slightly and put the lava crystal down in disappointment. "I'm sorry, but this lava crystal is not what I need," Sulin said as he slowly put down the lava crystal. "Do you have any other lava crystals in your shop?" The quality of this lava crystal does not meet the requirements. Sulen asked, I'm sorry, sir. We only have this one lava crystal now, the manager said helplessly. Sulen was a little disappointed. He could not help but ask, Sir, please tell me where you can sell lava crystals. The manager poured a cup of black tea for Sulen and said, Although Mount Doom is rich in all kinds of magic materials, the production of lava crystals is still very low. It's even rarer to get high-quality lava crystals. Hearing the manager's words, Sulen's heart began to sink slowly. However, it's not like there aren't any. The manager smiled and continued, Precious magic materials like this usually only appear in auctions and mega trade fairs. If you're lucky enough, you'll definitely be able to find the lava crystal you're looking for. The auction is held about once every 10 years, and the mega trade fairs are held once every 5 years. This time, it's held at another Magus market. If you want to participate, you'll have to go to Casa Magus Town. Coming out of Alice's magical hut, Sulen frowned. He then took out a sheepskin map and looked at it. Mount Doom stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Naturally, there was more than one Magus market here. The mountains here were connected, and there were volcanoes erupting almost every day. These volcanoes were of different sizes. The small ones were only the size of a bowl, and the big ones could easily contain a city. The Mount Doom was rich in resources. Many Magus organizations had set up their bases here. Casa Magus Market. Sulen looked at the marked location on the map. His expression changed slightly. He rode on his Pegasus and rushed directly to Casa Magus Town. According to the manager's information, the start of the trade fairs was very close. Casa Magus Town was also very big. It was even more bustling than the town he went to before. According to the manager, every time it was held, magi from all over the world would come to participate. It was said that the number of magi who participated in the trade fairs over the years was no less than 200. Moreover, there were often legendary items that appeared in these fairs. After passing through the town gate, Sulen slowly entered the town. Before he could observe his surroundings, he heard a voice coming from beside him. Magus, sir. Sulen looked down and saw a little girl with a dirty face looking at him timidly. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. After seeing Sulen's gaze, the little girl became very nervous. Sir, do you need a guide? As if she was too nervous, the little girl's body trembled slightly. A trace of pleading flashed in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment and took back one of her fingers. She said, Just a piece of bread will do. Sulen's heart moved slightly. He took out 2 pieces of bread and a piece of roasted meat from his storage space. He jumped down from his Pegasus and squatted beside her. He looked at her with a smile and said, How old are you? Why are you here alone? 8 years old. Grandpa is asleep. I'm hungry. I can only come out to find food. As if she was too nervous, the little girl's body trembled slightly. A trace of pleading flashed in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment and took back one of her fingers. She said, Just a piece of bread will do. Sulen's heart moved slightly. He took out 2 pieces of bread and a piece of roasted meat from his storage space. He jumped down from his Pegasus and squatted beside her. He smiled and said, How old are you? Why are you here alone? 8 years old. Grandpa is asleep. I'm hungry. I can only come out to find food. Chapter 657. Sulen sighed in his heart. If he was right, this little girl's grandfather had most likely passed away. Looking at the skinny little girl in front of him, Sulen said softly, Where's your home? I'll send you home to meet your grandfather first. Okay. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said. Sulen led the Pegasus and followed the little girl into the town. Soon, the 2 of them came to a low and cramped shack area. The people living here were at the bottom of the wizard market. Many ordinary people were unwilling to leave after coming into contact with wizards. They dreamed of becoming a wizard one day. Of course, this was not impossible. There were people who were tested to have the potential to be a wizard. In the end, they were accepted as an apprentice by a wizard organization and became a wizard. However, Most people only had wishful thinking. The little girl stopped outside a dilapidated wooden house and then pushed open the crumbling door. The house was very small, and the light was dim. As soon as Su Lin entered, he smelled a faintly discernible rancid smell. "Grandpa, Nini is back. She also brought back delicious food. Grandpa, don't sleep. Eat some." The little girl walked to the bed and shook it twice, but her grandfather did not move. Su Lin sighed in his heart. He saw very clearly that the old man on the bed had been dead for a long time. There were even many livor mortis spots on his thin body. "Grandpa, don't ignore Nini. Nini will be obedient. Grandpa, try it. This bread is very fragrant, and this barbecue is delicious. Eat it and you won't be hungry anymore." "Grandpa." Su Lin walked forward, squatted down, and patted the little girl's head. "Nini, your grandpa is asleep. Eat these things yourself." "But Grandpa hasn't eaten for a few days," Nini said hesitantly. "Grandpa is already asleep. He doesn't need these things. Next, we need to find a place for him to sleep." Looking at the confused little girl, Su Lin explained. Next, Su Lin spent some kinner to find a few workers to help the little girl bury her grandpa. Then, he left the alley. After seeing this, Nini seemed to understand something in her heart and silently followed Su Lin. After arranging the funeral of Nini's grandpa, Su Lin came to a rented house under her lead. There was still some time before the trade fair, so he needed to stay here for a while. Su Lin rented a separate house, which was specially prepared for wizards. Not only did it have all kinds of living facilities, but it also had an independent laboratory for experiments. After everything was done, Su Lin thought and asked, "Nini, have you tested for aptitude?" "Testing for aptitude." The little girl shook her head and said shyly, "Then I'll test for you." Su Lin smiled and took out a crystal ball from his storage space that was used to test the aptitude of a magus. "Put your hand on it and focus." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then shyly put her hand on the crystal ball under Su Lin's encouraging gaze. "Close your eyes and focus," Su Lin said with a smile. After seeing Su Lin smile, the little girl nodded and closed her eyes. After about half a minute, there was no reaction from the crystal ball. Just when Su Lin thought that the little girl did not have the aptitude to become a wizard, a light slowly lit up from the crystal ball. Then, the light became brighter and brighter until it lit up the entire room. In this light, there were some blue, red, and green lights. After a while, these lights gradually disappeared. "It's done," Su Lin said with a smile. The little girl looked at Su Lin in confusion. "She's a 5th grade aptitude." Su Lin looked at Nini with a face full of surprise. The 5th grade aptitude was the classification of the aptitude of wizards. The 5th grade aptitude was the highest, and the 1st grade aptitude was the lowest. Because Su Lin had the system, when he tested himself, he was a 5th grade aptitude. However, this did not mean that there were many 5th grade aptitudes. Among the more than 1,000 apprentices in the Northern Wind Academy, most of them were 3rd grade aptitudes. There were only 2 4th grade aptitudes in the entire academy, and not a single one was 5th grade. In the Northern Wind Tower, only Hathaway and Su Lin had 5th grade aptitudes. The other one was Alex. However, she was a divine creature. After fusing with her divinity, her aptitude was not inferior to a 5th grade aptitude, or even stronger. He did not expect that after a long trip, he would suddenly show some kindness and take in a little girl with 5th grade aptitude. The aptitude of a wizard was very important in the early stages. A 5th grade aptitude could meditate and advance quickly. As long as there were no problems, becoming a 4th grade wizard was not a problem. It was much better than those 1st grade or 2nd grade apprentices. Many apprentices who only had 1st grade or 2nd grade aptitudes could not even touch the threshold of a high-grade wizard in their entire lives. As for becoming a legendary wizard, it was not a matter of aptitude. There was also a little bit of luck. After becoming a legendary wizard, aptitude was no longer important. At this time, aptitude was more important. In other words, as long as one had 5th grade aptitude, as long as they continued to practice, they would definitely become a high-grade wizard. The little girl looked at Su Lin with a nervous expression. As someone who lived in the wizard market, she naturally knew about the aptitude test. After seeing that the test was over, she looked at Su Lin with a nervous expression. Su Lin smiled and squatted down to the same height as her. Then he said, "Nini, what is your name?" "My name is Nini." The little girl looked at Su Lin with a strange expression. "Eh." Su Lin smiled and pinched her little face. Nini is a nickname. You still need a formal name. A formal name? The little girl tilted her head and looked at Su Lin. Then she shook her head. "Then I'll give you one," Su Lin said with a smile. "Okay, how about Vinia? Her nickname is Nini," Su Lin said. "Vinia. I'll be called Vinia from now on," Nini said happily. She was obviously very satisfied with this name. After adopting Vinia, it could be said that from today onwards, her fate would be completely different. If she did not meet Su Lin, the little girl would very likely have died in some corner of this wizard market. Even if she had 5th grade aptitude, if no one knew, there would be no change. Su Lin planned to send the little girl to the Northern Wind Academy to study. She was still young and could slowly build her foundation. With the guidance of so many wizards, as long as there were no accidents, she would definitely become a legendary wizard. Chapter 658. Since Nini was still young and her soul had not yet stabilized, Su Lin did not enlighten her too early. The best time to start learning was from the age of 10, but before that, he could let her know about all kinds of wizardry knowledge. At first, Su Lin thought taking care of a young child would be troublesome, but to his surprise, Nini was very smart and sensible. She didn't need him to take care of her at all. She even took care of him, the young master. In the end, Su Lin couldn't take it anymore. He spent money to hire a maid to take care of their daily life. Then, he began to teach the little girl how to read. The first language she learned was the common language of the continent, then the Nesser language, the demon language, the heavenly language, and the Byron language. These were the basics of wizardry. A qualified wizard would need to master more than 10 languages. After all, a lot of magic information was recorded in these languages. The little girl was very smart and had a good memory. She could remember all the knowledge Su Lin taught her 2 or 3 times. Although she was not as good as Su Lin and Hathaway, there was not much difference. Seeing this, Su Lin was very surprised. This little girl was a potential wizard. After living in this wizard town for about a month, the long-awaited wizard trade fair was finally going to start. After telling Nini to stay at home to study and not go out, Su Lin went to the trading hall in the wizard market. In order to participate in the trade fair, one had to be a wizard and buy a ticket. The ticket price was not cheap. It was equivalent to 10,000 kinnars worth of magic crystals or gems. Of course, this was not a problem for Su Lin. He arrived at the trade fair hall. As expected of the trade fair held once every 5 years, Su Lin hurriedly looked around. There were about 300 wizards in the hall. Although half of them were low-grade wizards, there were only a few high-grade wizards. As for legendary wizards, Su Lin did not see any of them. Legendary wizards were very busy, and more than 80% of them were otakus. There was almost no one like Su Lin who liked to wander around. Normally, legendary wizards would rarely participate in this kind of trade fair, but they would usually send their disciples or representatives. After all, this sort of trade fair, which was held once every few years, would often have some good items. As a new face, Su Lin did not have many acquaintances at this trade fair, so no one came to disturb him. Su Lin found a quiet place to sit down and waited quietly. After sitting down, Su Lin kept observing the wizards around him. Many of them were obviously regulars here. They were chatting with their friends and introducing other wizards from time to time. Su Lin was obviously interested in the news as well. He was eavesdropping on the conversation. Soon, he had a general understanding of the adepts around him. A few of them were very strong in Beijing, and they were backed by legendary wizards. Most of them were disciples of legendary wizards, and you could tell from their arrogant expressions. The highest profile wizard was actually a direct descendant of a legendary wizard. This wizard was a grade 4 wizard and was the son of a legendary wizard. It was important to note that after advancing into an adept, the fertility of an adept would greatly decrease. This kind of fertility would become more and more difficult to achieve. After becoming a legendary wizard, the chances of having a descendant would be even lower. It was 1,000 times harder for a legendary wizard to have a descendant than a normal person. However, once a descendant was born, they would receive a lot of benefits. Their aptitude would be at least grade 4, and even grade 5 would not be rare. Who is that adept? One of the adepts asked softly. Another wizard followed his gaze and quickly whispered, "That's Meister from the Brandon family. His father is the Sage of Fire. Don't offend him. This guy is very vengeful, and he has a legendary wizard behind him. It can be said that no one dares to offend him." With that wizard's whisper, Sulin roughly understood the basic information of this Meister. Meister's father, the Sage of Fire, spent countless resources and finally succeeded in giving birth to a child, which was Meister in front of him. To have a son at such an old age and to be a sorcerer's seed, one could imagine how much the Sage of Fire doted on him. Moreover, he himself was a grade 4 sorcerer with great strength. There were also a few wizards who were representatives of other wizard organizations. It could be said that the qualifications of the entire trade fair were very high. The trade fair has begun. Just as Sulin was observing, the trade fair finally began. As the host of this trade fair, the representative of this wizard fair was the first to walk on stage. It was a curvaceous blonde beauty. Her face was beautiful, and her skin was white. She could be said to be very beautiful, and her strength was at the high grade. As the host, it was natural to throw out a brick to attract the jade. The blonde beauty walked on stage and directly asked someone to take out 3 brocade boxes and open them. One of the boxes contained a purple soul crystal, the second box contained a small green sapling, and the last box contained an earth crystal. Seeing the earth crystal, Sulin was a little surprised. This kind of thing was rare. "You are all wizards, so you don't need me to pass on the message. There are 3 treasures in front of you. These treasures can be exchanged for water, elemental crystals of the same grade, or magic items of the same grade." The market in front of them also did not accept Kinner, only magic items. Earth crystal? Good stuff. Just as everyone was about to bid, a voice said, just in time, "I'll take it. Sir, I need this earth crystal. I'll use this to exchange for it. What do you think?" As he spoke, the wizard took out a fist-sized magic pearl. The magic pearl was full of water vapor and energy. It was obviously a high-quality magic pearl. This magic pearl is a special product of our Wizard Academy. Only high-grade magic clams can breed it. It's a very good water, elemental material. The blonde beauty nodded and said, "It is indeed very good. How many are you willing to exchange for it?" The wizard thought for a moment and said, 10 magic pearls of the same grade as this one, or not lower than this one. What do you think? Sulin looked at the magic pearl carefully. This kind of magic pearl would cost about 100,000 Kinnar worth of magic materials. 10 of them were equivalent to 1 million Kinnar. Too low. At least 12. The magus hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. 12 it is. Chapter 659. Magic pearls of this quality were good stuff. They could be used to make some magic tools or set up some large-scale magic runes or magic runes. However, these were not their most important uses. The most important use of magic pearls was to make youth potions. This potion could not increase the power of the will or break through bottlenecks. However, it had one effect, eternal youth. After taking this potion, one's body would remain active. As long as one did not die, they would always be in a youthful state. In addition to these effects, the youth potion also had some beautifying effects, such as making the skin white and tender. Although this potion could not increase the power of the will, it was not cheap at all. It could be said that the witches were crazy about this potion. It had to be said that no matter the time, women's pursuit of beauty was crazy. In the eyes of many wizards, this potion was completely a waste of resources, but the price was shockingly high. Seeing that the first round of transactions had been completed, The next two items were quickly bid on. The high-grade soul crystal was exchanged for a magic wand, and the remaining sapling was a magic willow. It was a plant-type magic beast that was similar to a treant. It could be used to guard a house, and the trunk of this magic willow was a very good enchantment material. However, the prerequisite was that this magic willow had to be raised. This plant-type magic beast usually took dozens or even hundreds of years to grow. If it was not a wizard organization or a wizard family, basically no one would raise this kind of creature. After the first person completed the transaction, the venue became lively. Then, the second wizard went on stage and took out the item he was going to trade. It was a very simple item, just a magic scroll. However, the items that could be traded here were not cheap. The Heart of Lava meditation technique. It can increase the affinity of shadow and fire elemental energy. It has a 7th circle, an 8th circle, and a legendary spell. I'll trade it for a bottle of elemental essence. As soon as the voice of this magus fell, the entire venue immediately began to scramble for it. Elemental essence could be called a heavenly treasure. Its function was to increase a magus elemental affinity and improve a magus aptitude. Of course, it could only be raised a grade 4, but even so, it was still very precious. In the end, the Heart of Lava meditation technique was purchased by a magus family at a high price. Not only did they pay an elemental essence, but they also paid 100,000 kinnur worth of magical materials. After that, one magus after another went up to trade. There were even 1 or 2 items that caught someone's attention. Although these items were precious, they were not the lava crystals that Sulin wanted. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer wizards who had yet to make a deal. Sulin was getting a little anxious. However, at this moment, Sulin suddenly heard a wizard on the stage say, 1 top-grade lava crystal for true dragon blood essence or a bloodline of the same level. Hearing this, Sulin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that what he wanted would really appear. As soon as the top-grade lava crystal appeared, many wizards wanted to buy it. One of them took out the blood essence of a grade 4 frost Quetzalcoatlus and some other things, but he was still rejected. Another wizard took out a bottle of legendary sea monster blood. Seeing that the person was interested, Sulin immediately took out a bottle of red blood and said, 1 bottle of white dragon blood from the ancient dragon stage in exchange for this lava crystal. White dragon blood from the ancient dragon stage. Hearing Sulin's words, a trace of surprise flashed across the wizard's face. He couldn't wait and said, as long as it's confirmed that it's white dragon blood from the ancient dragon stage, we can make the exchange immediately. True dragon blood was very rare, but it wasn't impossible. For example, finding some dragon creatures to purify the blood, but there was a limit to this kind of purification. In order to obtain true dragon blood, it had to be at least a legendary dragon descendant. Sulin's bottle of white dragon blood was from the ancient dragon stage, and its effect was far stronger than that of ordinary legendary dragon blood. It could be said that it had exceeded the target that he wanted to exchange. Morton looked at the bottle of dragon blood that contained rich energy in Sulin's hand, and his eyes were full of enthusiasm. He thought to himself, dragon blood from the ancient dragon stage. Although it's from a white dragon, it's still not bad. It'll definitely be good to use it to make dragon blood potions. With my qualifications, it's impossible to rely on a wizard to advance to legendary. However, if I have this bottle of dragon blood, the success rate of advancing to legendary by relying on a dragon disciple warlock is still very high. A legendary dragon disciple warlock is not inferior to a legendary wizard in the slightest. Moreover, he can establish a warlock family and even control a country behind scenes. At the thought of this, Morton's heart was full of enthusiasm. He smiled and said, "No problem at all. I agree to the exchange." As he said that, he handed the top-grade lava crystal to Sulin, ready to exchange for the dragon blood. "Wait," Sulin stopped. "The value of my bottle of dragon blood is higher than your lava crystal. You can't afford the difference." Morton was a little hesitant, but after glancing at the bottle of dragon blood, he immediately nodded and agreed. I can compensate you with 20,000 kinners worth of enchanted materials. Okay. Sulin nodded and agreed. Since the price had been discussed, the two quickly completed the exchange after confirming that there was no problem with the item. Sulin held the fist-sized lava crystal in his hand and sighed in relief. After the exchange was completed, Sulin was not in a hurry to leave here. He had to bring some gifts back for a long trip, didn't he? Otherwise, the few people at home would be in a mess. Sulin already had a target. The enchanted pearls that the wizard used to exchange were pretty good. Although Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Karina were all long-lived species and could be regarded as eternal youth, no woman would refuse to become more beautiful. Therefore, Sulin planned to buy or trade some enchanted pearls from the wizard. Soon, Sulin found the wizard and used 100 milliliters of spring water and some other magical materials to exchange for 5 enchanted pearls. It was not that he did not want to exchange for more, but the key was that these were the last 5 enchanted pearls he had. The production of enchanted pearls was not high. It was mainly produced by a special kind of enchanted clam. If one could obtain an enchanted clam, it was equivalent to obtaining an endless source of wealth. Of course, enchanted clams also had a limited lifespan. There were many of them in the hands of the sea folk. Sulin found some pearl clams in the sea of the eastern continent and wanted to cultivate enchanted clams. Unfortunately, the experiment ended in failure. Chapter 660. After the trade, Sulin left the venue. Many wizards who were returning from a rewarding journey were in a hurry. Many of them did not stop and left the wizard town directly. After all, there are always people in this world who wanted to do business without any cost. Just a moment ago, he noticed that a few wizards had left with the other wizards. Obviously, these people were going to leave this place and make a move. When Sulin returned to the courtyard, the little girl was still studying in the study room. When she saw Sulin coming back, the little girl immediately came up to him. "Uncle, you're back." "Yes, pack your things. We're going home tomorrow," Sulin said as he reached out and carried the little girl up. "Home, home." Sulin pinched the little girl's nose and said with a smile, "You've been studying hard. Before we go home, I'll take you out to play." The little girl was only 8 years old this year. She was at the age where she liked to play. During this period of time, she had been suppressing her studies. When she heard that Sulin wanted to take her out to play, she immediately cheered. Sulin brought the little girl out of the courtyard. This guy had been in the courtyard for almost a month, and it was getting impatient. When it saw Sulin was about to go out, it immediately bit Sulin's sleeve and refused to let go. Seeing that the Pegasus was acting like a rascal, Sulin had no choice but to let it go. The two of them strolled around the market together. The wizard market was very busy. Other than the things that wizards used, there were also many things that ordinary people needed. After all, wizards also needed to eat. The little girl had been bored for a long time. When she came out, she was very active. She was holding snacks in one hand and Sulin's big hand in the other. Her eyes were squinting like crescent moons. "What is that?" At this moment, a man not far away suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his eyes. He looked at the horse beside Sulin, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He quickly ran up and stopped Sulin. "Sir, please wait a moment." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of Sulin and blocked his way. After seeing who it was, Sulin's eyebrows furrowed. He had seen this wizard before. It was the very high-profile Wizard Meister at the trade fair not long ago. Wizard Meister glanced at Sulin and turned his gaze towards the Pegasus behind Sulin. A flash of greed flashed in his eyes as he spoke to Sulin in an arrogant tone. "Is that your horse? It looks pretty good. I just happen to be lacking a fine horse. If you sell this horse to me, I can give you 10,000 kinner or an equivalent magic item." "Pooh!" When the Pegasus behind him heard his words, it snorted in dissatisfaction and even made a move to kick him. Sulin stroked the Pegasus' head to comfort it before turning to Maester with a calm expression. "This horse is my mount. I will not sell it." "Not sell? After hearing Sullen's words, a cold light flashed in Meister's eyes. He then snorted coldly. Do you know who I am? In the Doomsday Mountain Range, the Brandon family is the ruler. You only have two choices. Either you accept the friendship of the Brandon family, or you become the enemy of the Brandon family. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Sullen's eyes. Ever since he became a legendary, no one had dared to talk to him like this. Even the chief wizard of the Stellar Spire spoke to him as an equal. This was the first time he had been verbally threatened since he became a legend, and it was from a wizard who had yet to reach the legendary level. Although Meister had the backing of the Brandon family, and his father was the Sage of Fire, a legendary wizard, Meister was still not a legendary. It was a miracle that someone as arrogant as him could survive until now. Most legendary wizards like to stay at home. If Meister had offended a legendary wizard, he would have been killed on the spot. Even if his father, the Sage of Fire, came to find him, it would still be difficult. With the strength of a legendary wizard, it was hard to say who would win. After all, as a legendary wizard who didn't have a few trump cards in their hands, Suluan was very clear about how powerful a legendary wizard could be when he was prepared. Even if he didn't offend a legendary wizard, if he offended a rank 4 great wizard, he would be killed without hesitation. This was especially true for wizards who came from other regions. They could just run away as soon as they were done. The Sage of Fire wouldn't even be able to catch up with them. Meister's arrogance was completely the style of a spoiled brat. He had grown up in a greenhouse, and the Brandon family had protected him too well. He had never tasted the cruelty of society. Since everyone wanted to teach him a lesson, Sulin would take it upon himself to teach him a lesson about the evils of society. After glancing at Meister, Sulin didn't make a move. After all, this was the wizard market, and there was a wizard organization behind it. It wouldn't be good to smash the shop after buying something here. I said, I'm not selling. As for the friendship of the Brandon family, how much is it for 500 grams? After saying that, Sulin didn't want to talk to a dead man. He turned around and left with the little girl and the Pegasus. Seeing that Sulin had ignored him, Meister's face turned green. His eyes were burning with anger. He raised his hand and was about to make a move, but he was stopped by a wizard beside him. Meister, this is the wizard market. Behind this wizard market is the Lava Valley. If we make a move here, we won't be able to get away with it. When the time comes, we'll have to ask the family leader to come out. Meister's face turned even uglier. Although the Brandon family was powerful, the wizard organizations around them were not to be trifled with. Although the other wizard organizations didn't have legendary wizards, the Lava Valley did. If they made a move, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. The Lava Valley wouldn't give face to the Brandon family. After all, this would be destroying the reputation of the Lava Valley. The wizard beside him saw that Meister had calmed down and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although Meister was arrogant, he wouldn't attack someone for no reason. What was going on today? What happened to you just now? That's a Pegasus, Meister said softly, suppressing his desire to make a move. Meister was born with a pair of spiritual eyes. He could see through many things, including the essence of some things. This was a mutation in his bloodline. Although Sullen's Pegasus was disguised and looked no different from an ordinary horse, Meister could see through it at a glance. Chapter 661. Pegasi and unicorns were heavenly creatures, and they were very similar. Pegasi had an extra pair of wings, while unicorns had an extra horn. The unicorn's horn and the blood of the Pegasus had a lot of divine effects. Although their strength was good, they were still hunted in large numbers. In fact, by the time of the Arcane Empire, these two creatures had rarely appeared in the material plane. In ancient times, because these two creatures had divinity, they were captured in large numbers. Later, these creatures left the material plane and followed the Master God of Order to Mountain Paradise, where they lived since then. Only a few lived in the Elven Forest. Of course, there was a very small chance of encountering them in other places. Yes, there were also the Mounts of Paladins. The female paladins' mounts were unicorns, while the male paladins' mounts were pegasi. Of course, only a few paladins could gain their favor. Before the Arcane Empire, wizards generally extracted divinity from unicorns, divine spirits, indigenous demigods, and so on. The divinity carried by these divine creatures did not have so much negative consciousness. It was easy to absorb and not easy to be corrupted. But the problem was that divine creatures could not reproduce in large numbers like other creatures. Their numbers were limited. Later on, the number of divine creatures became fewer and fewer. Wizards then turned their attention to abominations, ancient evils, and demigod liches. The divinity in these monsters could be said to be a big problem. Although there were a lot of them, if they were not careful, they would be affected by the remnant will, and then be corrupted. Eventually, they would even become something similar to ancient evils. The moment Meister saw the Pegasi, he had made up his mind to take the Pegasi. Father is already a legendary wizard. It will be more difficult for him to continue to become stronger. If I can send the Pegasi this time, Father will be more powerful after extracting the divinity from it. The remaining materials of the Pegasi can be exchanged for some resources. Maybe it won't be long before I set foot in the realm of legends. Even if there is no chance for the time being, with Father, I will definitely advance into the realm of legends. By then, we will have 2 legends in our family. The entire Doomsday Mountains will be under our control. At the thought of this, Meister's heart was burning. He looked in the direction where Sulen left, and his eyes were even crazier. Meister was born with a pair of spiritual eyes. In addition to seeing through all kinds of illusions, he could see the origin of matter. This was not only useful in battle, but also in all kinds of magic experiments, especially in refining potions. With this pair of spiritual eyes, he could understand the essence of potions more accurately, so he could grasp the best time to perform the operation and greatly increase the success rate when refining potions. Or, when making magic items, the runes on the items would be better planned, and the various materials would fuse more perfectly. It could be said that having a pair of spirit eyes was very beneficial to a magus. So far, none of the adepts and apprentice adepts in Northern Town City possessed such a spirit eye. The wizard next to Meister was also surprised. He also knew the value of a Pegasus. After learning that Su Luan's horse was a Pegasus, his heart also became restless. Still, he frowned and whispered, "Meister, I saw that wizard not long ago at the trade fair. He just got a top-grade lava crystal, and he even used the blood of an ancient white dragon to exchange for it. I'm afraid he's not a pushover to be able to take out something so precious. Judging from that guy's aura and energy, he must be very powerful. We might not be able to defeat him. Should we go tell the family leader and let him deal with him personally? Father is in the middle of an important experiment, so he won't be able to come for a while. Also, this guy might leave soon. We need to do it as soon as possible. Don't worry about the 2 of us not being able to defeat him. I still have a few cards that Father gave me. One of them should be enough to deal with him," Meister said with a cold face. He was an arrogant person, and he would not allow anyone to go against his words. Su Luan's energy fluctuations were very strong, and he looked very young. This kind of wizard was basically not weak, and it was very likely that he had a powerful force behind him. If it was any other time, he wouldn't provoke this kind of person, but this time, the thing that appeared was too important. It was about the future of the family, and it was about the prosperity of the family. It was impossible to expect someone else to give it away. You had to fight for it yourself. Although the continent was not small, resources were limited. If you wanted more, then I would take less. If you wanted to grow stronger, then you had to fight for more resources. Why did all the major adept organizations have enemies? Apart from the difference in factions and the concept of right and wrong, the biggest reason was because of the various resources and benefits. As a descendant of a legendary wizard, Meister was usually very arrogant and domineering. He would not hesitate to fight for large amounts of resources. He did whatever he wanted, and it was very easy for him to offend people. Now that he saw a Pegasus, how could he hold back? That was almost impossible. That heavenly horse is something I must get. It's related to the prosperity of our Brandon family. My brother is proficient in tracking magic and has extraordinary strength. If we work together, we will definitely be able to successfully kill it. Please help me. After it's done, I will personally tell my father about it and give you more cultivation resources in the family. Meister said directly. All right. After a moment of silence, the wizard from the Brandon family agreed. But don't be impulsive. Give me some time to find out more about him. Then I'll leave it to you, brother. Meister finally smiled when he heard that the wizard had agreed to help. After being spoiled by a fly, Sulin did not continue to stroll around. He brought the little girl and the Pegasus back to the small courtyard he rented. In the next 2 days, Sulin bought some other things in the wizard market. Then, he left the wizard market with the little girl. As soon as he left the wizard bazaar, Su Luin directly opened the storage space and released several investigative eyes. In the past 2 days in the wizard bazaar, he found that someone had been following and observing him. Although that person's spells were very clever and his movements were very concealed, Su Luin still easily found him. Although his hiding ability was very strong, Su Lin had the talent of the sixth sense. In addition, he was much stronger than the person who was following him. From the first time he was followed, Su Lin found out. Chapter 662. As soon as Su Lin left the wizard bazaar with the little girl, Meister was the first to receive the news. They're leaving so soon? How's the information gathering going? Meister asked with a frown. The wizard from the Brandon family said with a serious face, "It's a little tricky. Time is tight, and the target is a stranger. He's not from the Doomsday Mountain range, and he doesn't know anyone here. The information I can gather is limited." Oomph. Meister snorted coldly. So what if we didn't get any information? Look at his skeletal age. He's not even 30 years old. How strong can a wizard this young be? At most, he's only a high-grade wizard. With the two of us and the trump card that Father gave us, even a Grandmaster wizard wouldn't be a problem. Meister snorted coldly, then continued. Also, he brought a little girl with him. That little girl is just an ordinary person. How could she be a match for us? Let's go and get the Pegasus first. After Sulin released the Eye of Detection, it immediately entered the high-grade invisibility mode. The Eye of Detection was very small, and it was basically the size of a human's eye. In this kind of mountain range environment, it was even harder to detect. After releasing the Eye of Detection, Sulin didn't stop. He reached out and picked up the little girl, jumped on the horse, and galloped away. Less than 2 minutes after he left, 2 familiar figures appeared. Through the Eye of Detection, Sulin could clearly see all the movements of the 2 people behind him. They really dare to chase after me. Seeing the 2 figures that suddenly appeared in his mind, Sulin sneered in his heart. The image transmitted by the Eye of Detection was very clear, and it could directly see every movement of the target. It could be said that this was one of the best ways to monitor. Looks like I'll have to take care of them before I leave. A trace of killing intent flashed in Sulin's eyes. To those who dare to reach out their claws to him, Sulin wouldn't be polite. It's just 2 high-grade magi. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. With that thought in mind, Sulin lightly knocked on the horse's abdomen. The heaven horse jumped up and flew into the air. Then it rushed towards the east. In fact, Sulin had originally planned to teleport directly, but with the little girl here, it would be very dangerous to do so. When the teleportation array broke through the void, the pressure was immense. Ordinary people's hands would not be able to withstand this pressure, and it would cause their blood vessels to rupture. Under normal circumstances, there would be special teleportation doors at both ends of the teleportation array. These teleportation doors would not only serve as coordinates, but also reduce the pressure of the teleportation array. With this kind of fixed teleportation array, even ordinary people could teleport without worrying about problems. In the Doomsday Mountain Range, in the west of the continent, Sulin did not make a rune transmission array at all, let alone a transmission door. If he wanted to take the little girl away, he could only ride the Pegasus back. It really is a heavenly horse. A hint of greed flashed in Meister's eyes. Not good. The Pegasus is very fast. We can't delay. Meister suddenly said. Hurry up and take out the flying carpets. Let's catch up to them. All right. The wizard from the Brandon family waved his hand and took out a carpet that was flashing with the light of magic. As soon as the carpet appeared, it opened up on its own and floated on the ground. The two of them sat on the magic carpet. The magic carpet flashed and immediately rose. After reaching a certain height, with a whoosh, it chased in the direction Sulin had just left. For crystals floated on the four corners of the magic carpet. With a flash of light, a protective shield rose from the crystals and blocked the cold wind outside. The flying magic carpet was very fast, much faster than the flying spells of high-grade wizards. This was not because of the flying carpet's speed. The flying carpet could change its speed according to the amount of energy that was injected. If more energy was injected, the speed of the flying carpet would increase. If less energy was injected, the speed of the flying carpet would decrease. Of course, the speed of the flying carpet could not be increased infinitely. After reaching a certain speed, no matter how much energy was injected, it would not increase its speed. This limit was close to the speed of sound. This was mainly due to the air resistance during flight. In their current position in the atmosphere, it was very difficult for wizards to break through the sound barrier. Of course, it was not impossible to do so. For example, using anti-gravity spells and some other runes, one could break through the sound barrier in the main material world. However, the gains would not make up for the losses, and the cost would be too high. Using the flying carpet at close range was no problem at all. As for longer distances, of course, teleportation would be used. Teleportation could be easily traversed as long as one had the coordinates. Because of this, there were very few people in the material world who would study how to increase the speed of flight. The flying carpet speed in the material world was close to the speed of sound. In the astral plane, without the suppression of the laws, the flying carpet could reach sublight speed. Of course, this method was meaningless. In the astral plane, a single teleportation could cross tens of millions of kilometers. Flying was basically on the verge of being eliminated. However, flying tools were still very popular in the material world, especially this type of flying carpet. It was comfortable and fast, and much better than the brooms used by some wizard organizations. Flying brooms were one of the less valuable flying tools. They were not very fast, and they had no protective barriers. The seats were also very simple. The only advantage they had was their low price. The flying carpet was very fast. Sulin could see the two people on the flying carpet cursing as they sped up. The Pegasus was very fast. It did not take long for them to leave the wizard market far behind. On the other hand, the speed of the magic carpet was also very fast. The Pegasus and the magic carpet were like two meteors streaking across the sky. However, in comparison, the speed of the magic carpet was still faster. Galloping a Pegasus also consumed physical strength, but in addition to using its own magic power, the magic carpet could also use energy crystals as a substitute. In order to catch up with Suluin, Maester had already used energy crystals as a substitute. The two were adjusting themselves to their best condition, waiting for the Pegasus to slow down. Although the Pegasus was very powerful as a divine creature, its own energy was also consumed. Naturally, it could not be compared to the energy crystals used by the flying carpet. Sulin did not plan to use the Pegasus to escape. He just wanted to lure the two to a suitable place. The Pegasus had been bored for a long time and wanted to run. Soon, the Pegasus would be tired, and it would be time for the two to die. Chapter 663. The two groups of people continued to fly in the sky, one in front and one behind. They were like two meteors that streaked across the sky. Sulin flew for thousands of kilometers until he reached the Sunset Mountains. He then patted the Pegasus to stop. Hush! After running to its heart's content, the Pegasus snorted happily and shook its head before stopping in midair. Sulin patted the little girl's head. Ride the Pegasus and don't move. I'll come back after I've dealt with the two guys behind us. The Pegasus will protect you. Uncle, when will you be back? The little girl asked reluctantly. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Sulen smiled and pinched the little girl's cheek. He then let the Pegasus run into the forest below and hide with the little girl. As soon as he was done, the two people behind him caught up. When they saw Sulen, they laughed maniacally. Kid, you can't run anymore, right? Hand over the Pegasus. If I'm in a good mood, I might even let you boom. Before Meister could finish his words, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The lightning was so fast that it appeared in front of them before they could react. Watch out. The other wizard's expression changed. He immediately activated the defensive runic array on the flying magic carpet. An energy barrier appeared in front of them and blocked the lightning. However, the power of the lightning was beyond their imagination. The barrier, which could withstand the full power of a seventh circle spell, shattered like glass under the attack of the lightning. Meister and the other wizard's expressions changed. The seventh circle defensive spell was broken directly. This person's strength was obviously beyond their expectations. You're a fourth-tier great wizard. Meister shouted loudly. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you looking for help? This is a place with good feng shui that I specially selected for you. You don't have to thank me. Su Luan smiled. Your magic carpet is not bad, but it'll be mine soon. You're shameless. Go to hell. A ferocious glint flashed across Meister's eyes as he took out a magic scroll and activated it. The surface of the magic scroll had a dark golden brilliance, and the mana fluctuations on it were very astonishing. There was at least an 8th level spell sealed inside. Raging Firestorm. The dazzling light of the spell flashed and shrouded Sulen. Sulen frowned slightly. Then, a ray of light rose and blocked the spell. The raging flame storm was indeed powerful. The endless flames were like a rain of fire, forming a flaming tornado that fell from the sky. However, after touching the elemental barrier in front of Sulen, they all dissipated. How can a great wizard be so powerful? This is the trump card my father gave me. It contains a strand of his consciousness. Even a tier 4 great mage won't be able to stop it, unless he's a mythic. A hint of surprise flashed across Meister's ferocious face. Then, his expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to say anything. He immediately took out another magic scroll that wasn't inferior to the previous one and was about to activate it. However, just as he took out the magic scroll, his body suddenly froze. Trying to run? Did you ask for my permission? A cold voice sounded in his ear. Then he saw a hand reach out and easily take the magic scroll in his hand. A teleportation scroll? You're quite generous. Sulen took the magic scroll and examined it. It was a teleportation scroll. Once activated, it could teleport the user to a distance of 2,000 kilometers. The craftsmanship of this magic scroll was very good. Moreover, the runic circle was engraved with a spell that could resist the dimensional anchor. If the person who cast the dimensional anchor was not a legendary, the teleportation spell would not be interrupted. It could be said that this was one of the trump cards used to escape. However, before Meister could use it, Sulen had directly used the human immobilization spell to control him. This magic scroll became his spoils of war. Not bad. I'll take it as payment for burying it. Sulen directly put the magic scroll into his pocket. A magic scroll like this could be sold for at least 300,000 kinner in the wizard market, or even more. All right, we've wasted a lot of time. It's time to end this. Sulen clapped his hands. Then, a bright flash of lightning fell from the sky. The ferocious look on Meister's face had long since disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by fear. He struggled desperately to break free from the spell, but it was destined to be futile. Soon, his consciousness fell into darkness, and he was completely submerged by the endless thunder and lightning. When the lightning dissipated, the place where the two wizards originally stood was empty. Only a pile of gray powder was left. A gentle breeze blew, and everything disappeared without a trace. This lightning is so convenient. It's even better than cremation. What's this called? Did you scatter the ashes? Sulen clapped his hands. Good control of the force. The two portal bags are not damaged. Sulen then waved his hand and took the flying magic carpet and the 2 portal bags. After a simple inspection, the flying magic carpet was a little damaged. When he broke the magic carpet's protective barrier, the protective crystal on the magic carpet broke. However, it was not a big problem. Without the protective crystal, the magic carpet could still fly. It was just that the wind when it flew was a little strong. It felt like a level 14 storm. Sulen planned to take the magic carpet back and repair it. This thing was much more useful than the flying spell. Sulen looked at the material of the magic carpet. It should be a rune cloth. This kind of rune cloth was woven with special silk threads according to a certain method. Some special magic materials were mixed into it. The rune cloth was strong and beautiful. It also had good magical properties. It was usually used as a material for magic robes. Of course, this kind of rune cloth was also divided into different grades. It was different from the rune cloth used to make robes for wizard apprentices and low-level wizards. This rune cloth in front of him should be a high-grade material. After a simple inspection, Sulen put away the magic carpet. He then took the portal bags of the 2 wizards. With a flash of light in his hand, the defensive measures on the portal bags were directly broken. He poured out everything in the portal bags and began to search. In order to prevent any tracking methods, he needed to check everything. This kid is rich. Looking at the dazzling array of potions, enchanted materials, magic gems, scrolls, and so on, Sulen's eyes lit up. He quickly organized everything. Chapter 664. 63 pieces of high-quality magic gems, 21 bottles of various magic potions, and more than 300 pieces of magic crystals and energy crystals for magic scrolls, 1 for escaping, 1 for banishing, and 2 for attacking. TSK, so rich. Sulen looked at the pile of items in front of him. The value of these things added up to at least 2 million kinner. Killing and arson was indeed a golden belt. Sulen threw away the space bag with satisfaction, then put all the items into the storage space. Next, he opened another space bag. However, there were much fewer things in this space bag, far less than the previous one. But this was normal. After all, the guy just now should have a good background, so it was normal for him to have more good things and be richer. Soon, the 2 storage bags were completely cleaned. Sulen threw away all the daily necessities of the 2 people. These things were the best medium for prophecy spells. Although he was not afraid of the so-called Sage of Fire, he did not want to delay any longer. He had been away from home for more than 3 months, and he wanted to go home. He cleaned up the place skillfully. His technique was quite professional. Sulen left. Soon, he found the Pegasus and the little girl eating fruits in the forest. Then, he reached out and patted them on the head. Well, I was busy there, and you 2 were eating secretly. Uncle, you're back. Seeing that it was Sulen, the little girl immediately pounced on him. Hey, don't come over. Seeing the little girl nibbling on the purple wild fruit and pouncing on him, the purple juice directly dyed his clothes into pieces. Little girl, look at what you've done. Sulen reached out and tapped Vinia's head a few times. His originally white linen robe was covered in white and purple patches, and it was impossible to tell what it looked like before. Hee. The little girl raised her face and smiled at Sulen, her face still stained with purple juice. Sulen threatened her with a look of disgust. Go and wash yourself clean, or I'll leave you here. As soon as she heard that they were leaving, the little girl quickly stuffed the fruit into her mouth. Her face was stuffed like a fat hamster. Then, she pulled up her sleeve and wiped her mouth back and forth a few times. She looked at Sulen, obviously saying that she had recovered. Sulen didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the little girl. He helplessly shook his head and snapped his fingers. With a flash of light, he activated the cleanse spell and cleaned the little girl's body. Reaching out, Sulen lifted the little girl up and placed her on the back of the Pegasus. Then, he mounted the Pegasus and left the Sunset mountain range, quickly flying towards the east. Just one day after he left, a figure quickly appeared in this area. This person rummaged around for a long time and finally found all the things that Su Luan had discarded. Damn it, he's too far away. I can't track him anymore. The middle-aged man in a fiery red robe said with an ugly expression, "Who killed my son? I must find you and burn you to ashes." Now that all the clues are gone, we can only find that old witch if we want to find the murderer. Damn it, the middle-aged wizard said with gritted teeth. Then he took the things he found and left the forest. These people from the School of Prophecy are all vampires. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. As he said that, a flash of light flashed on the middle-aged wizard's body, and he flew in another direction. Sulin didn't know what happened after that, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If a legendary wizard wanted to die, Sulin wouldn't mind spending some time to bury him. As for the wizard from the School of Prophecy, Sulin wasn't worried at all. Prophecy was powerful, but it wasn't omnipotent. Hathaway was also a witch from the School of Prophecy, and Sulin had a deep understanding of the School of Prophecy. He was worried that his origin would be discovered, but the system on his body had hidden him, so prophecy spells were useless against him. Other than the system's shield, Sulin also used his own power to add a layer of camouflage to himself. With his current strength, let alone a legendary wizard, she couldn't even break through Sulin's shield. More importantly, casting prophecy spells on Sulin would backfire. If it was a normal prophecy spell, the backfire wouldn't be too strong. However, if it was a powerful prophecy spell, it would be very troublesome. Sulin didn't care about these things. Sulin took the little girl all the way through the Sunset Mountains, around the Swamp of Despair, and through the Sea of Death. After flying for tens of thousands of kilometers, they finally returned to the northern wasteland. They were basically home now. It took them more than a month to get there, but it only took them 5 days to get back. When they returned to the northern city, it had become even more prosperous after a few months. The inner city had become a large construction site. A large number of workers and golems were remodeling the northern city. The ground was dug up again, and magic crystals were installed. These were the energy channels of the floating city. Sulin didn't stop. He went straight to the North Wind Tower and saw Hathaway on the astrology platform. Sulin smiled. "I've gained a lot from my trip to the western end of the continent." Hathaway immediately saw the little girl behind Sulin, including this little girl. "Is she your daughter?" Sulin was speechless. "My daughter? My daughter isn't even born yet. I met her at the Wizard Fair. She has no family, so I brought her back." "She has no family at such a young age. How pitiful." Hessian looked at her without pity. "Then from today onwards, we are your family. All right, I found the lava crystal you wanted." Seeing that the two were about to start chatting, Sulin quickly took out a fiery red crystal. As soon as the crystal appeared, the whole room became a little hot. The red crystal looked like a flame that had not been extinguished. A high-quality lava crystal. Sulin took out the lava crystal, and Hathaway immediately took it. After a simple examination, Hathaway said with satisfaction, "The purity is very high. This is already the highest quality. It should be enough to make an elemental fusion furnace." Hathaway said with a smile, "Then I'll leave the rest to you." Sulin said, "All right, her name is Vanya. She's a 5th grade talent like you. You can hand it to her yourself." 5th grade talent. Hessian's eyes lit up as he stared at the little girl. "Such a good talent. Then learn from me. I will teach her to become a legendary wizard." Chapter 665. After Hathaway became a legendary wizard, the speed of her strength improvement slowed down. This was not because Hathaway did not work hard, but because Hathaway's inheritance of the Northern Witches had come to an end. The Northern Witches may have once been glorious, but in the past 1,000 years, the Northern Witches had been declining as a school of sorcerers. So their inheritance was now only at the legendary level. At present, the main inheritance of the Northern Witches was the Divination School and the Fire System. These two schools had complete inheritance and could be practiced all the way to the legendary level. Other schools, such as the water system, the ice system, and the spell system, only had the level of high-grade wizards, and some inheritances were even only up to the intermediate wizard level. The difference between having inheritance and not having inheritance was still very big. Why did Hathaway's strength improve so quickly? The reason was simple. In addition to a lot of resources provided by Su Lin, Hathaway's School of Cultivation had various notes and materials left behind by the predecessors. It was like a person learning the knowledge in the textbook, and there were also various classroom notes, 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, and many other materials to assist. Of course, the progress was faster, but these materials were all at the legendary level. After entering the legendary level, Hathaway had no follow-up practice methods, so from now on, she needed to create her own practice methods and then improve. The consequence was that the speed of advancement would slow down, but once she succeeded, this method was more powerful than following the footsteps of the predecessors. Along the way, as long as she succeeded, Hathaway would become a master of the generation. In the era of the Arcane Empire, she had the opportunity to become a great arcanist. The title of Great Arcanist was not just about strength. Strength was only one of the basic requirements. They were all the top masters who had created their own schools. Otherwise, those gods would not have been so afraid of these great arcanists. According to the level evaluation of the era of the Arcane Empire, the legendary was level 21, the high-grade legendary was level 26, and the great arcanist was level 45. At this level, it was already the realm of the gods. In addition to Hathaway's Divination School, the Fire System of Cultivation School, and Sullen's Thunder System, the School of Cultivation of the Wind Element had recently been added. This wind element was added by Alex. As the Harpy Queen, the current queen of the Winged People, Alex had a very thin bloodline of the ancient wind god. After integrating divinity, she had a deeper understanding of the rules of the wind element, and then she used her own strength to reverse deduce a wind element cultivation method. Of course, this method of cultivation was only at the legendary level, and the road after that needed Alex to explore. Sullen's current wizard level was actually far behind his own strength. He was now similar to Alex, using the power of divinity and the control of the law of lightning to reverse deduce. It was not so easy to reverse deduce a cultivation method. It required a lot of knowledge as a foundation. Since becoming a legendary, Su Lin began to use all kinds of channels to collect knowledge. He either bought it from some wizards with inheritances or communicated with other wizard schools to deepen the foundation of the North Wind Tower. Fortunately, Su Lin obtained a lot of wizard knowledge from the treasure chest. Through this knowledge, Su Lin and the others continued to grow. Now, Hathaway and the others' strength could be said to be not weak among the legendary wizards. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was winter again. It was also on this day that the first batch of wizard apprentices in the North Wind Academy began to become Rank 1 wizards. After becoming a Rank 1 wizard, the previous contract they signed with the North Wind Academy would automatically become invalid. Next, these low-grade wizards would sign a new contract with the North Wind Academy. This kind of contract would be more relaxed, which also marked the beginning of the rise of the North Wind Academy. After all, in the past, the strength of the North Wind Academy depended on a few high-grade wizards. Now, the middle and low-grade wizards were slowly making up for it. While the North Wind Academy was growing stronger, the North Wind Duchy was also growing stronger. Ever since Su Lin established the North Wind Duchy in the Northern Wastelands, the duchy had been constantly expanding. After a few years of development, the population of the North Wind Duchy had reached 600,000 before winter. The fastest developing city was Deepwater City. It had to be said that the sea trade had an amazing effect on the prosperity of the city. In just a year, the city had a population of around 100,000. Although the population of Deepwater City was growing fast, it was not as crazy as it was now. This situation was caused by Su Lin leading the fleet to fight against the pirates. One had to know that merchants and pirates were natural enemies. The North Wind Tower fought against the pirates, which made the sea route prosperous at an amazing speed. Of course, most of the people in the city were sailors. The second most populous city in the Northwind Duchy was Mirror Lake City, which was south of Northtown City. Through continuous immigration, the population had reached 140,000. Mirror Lake City's climate was warmer, and there was a large mirror lake near the city with abundant water. Its future potential was no less than Northtown City's. The city with the lowest population in the Northwind Duchy was the new city. It was just built this year and only had a population of 80,000. After Sullen's fight against the pirates, more and more merchants came to Deepwater City to trade. At first, the merchants thought that the sea route was safe, but after coming here, they realized that the goods produced by Deepwater City were white sugar, paper, alcohol, weapons, and other goods in high demand. Deepwater City suddenly became very popular. Whether it was white sugar, paper, or alcohol, they were all very popular in other places. If it wasn't for Sullen's special restrictions, the merchants who came here would have packed up all the white sugar, paper, and alcohol. The weapons produced by the dwarves were also very popular. One had to know that the world had never been truly peaceful. Every year, there would be wars in various parts of the continent. Excellent weapons were never enough. Northtown City had a large number of gray dwarves. They provided many excellent weapons, which brought a considerable amount of income to Northtown City. After Deepwater City's port was opened, the demand for all kinds of goods in Northtown City increased. So far, the production of white sugar in Northtown City was 8 times higher than last year. Even so, the supply still couldn't meet the demand. The demand for alcohol and paper had also increased by several times. It should be known that the Deepwater port had only been open for half a year. According to the current growth rate, the demand for next year would increase by at least 3 to 5 times. Chapter 666. With such a huge demand, the Northtown City naturally had to produce at full capacity. Fortunately, Su Luan had been developing agriculture in the northern wastelands for the past few years. The entire Northwind Principality had already cultivated more than 1 million mu of farmland. Of course, this number was not much compared to the farmland of other countries. It was much lower. According to the population, there were 600,000 people and 1 million mu of farmland. On average, each person would get less than 2 mu of farmland. In his previous life, a few mu of farmland would be enough to feed a family. However, this was the Middle Ages where technology was backward. Normally, even with a high-yield crop like potatoes, a family would need at least 30 mu of farmland. If all kinds of taxes were taken into account, this number would increase by 50 mu. After all, potatoes were not expensive. If one wanted to make money, they had to grow wheat and oats. Moreover, the feudal lords only collected a small part of the taxes. Most of the farmers in this world grew potatoes for their own consumption. Most of them grew wheat, barley, oats, and other crops. The yield of these 3 crops was not high. The reason why Northern Town could grow so many crops was because of the high yield per mu. The land in the northern wastelands was already quite fertile. With the addition of the harvest altar, the yield of wheat in Northern Town could reach 600 caddies per mu. Although there was a huge difference between the yield of 600 caddies per mu and the yield of 1,000 caddies per mu in his previous life. The wheat in his previous life had undergone professional breeding and the use of various fertilizers to reach 1,000 caddies per mu. There are no fertilizers in this world. Under normal circumstances, the yield of farmland in the southern provinces was around 300 caddies per mu. In the north, it was around 250 caddies per mu. Many barren lands only had 200 caddies per mu. The fact that Northern Town's farmland could reach 600 caddies per mu was already a miracle in this era. The main reason for this was the harvest altar. Apart from the harvest altar, Sulin also built a fertilizer factory. The manure produced in Northern Town would be collected and transported to the fertilizer factory to be fermented. After fermentation, it would be sent to the farmland. Although the fertilizer was not as good as the fertilizers, it was better than no fertilizers. With the help of the fertilizer and the harvest altar, Northern Town also planted a lot of cash crops in addition to food. Among them, the planting area of beets was the highest. After all, the demand for white sugar was too high. Moreover, the residue left after the sugar extraction of beets was not useless. These beet residue were also good fodder. At the same time, the sweet tea dregs were mixed with wheat bran, soybean dregs, and soybean dregs from extracting soybean oil. This was a very good feed. Centaur City currently had a total of several 100,000 horses, cows, and sheep, so the demand for feed was very high. The best horses would be used as war horses for Northern Town City, and the second best horses would be sold to other countries. However, even the second best horses were still good war horses. Normally, these war horses would be used by heavy cavalry. The second best horses would also be sold as war horses, and these horses would be used as normal war horses. The rest of the horses were used as draft horses or pack horses. Northtown City also had horse plowing in addition to cattle plowing. Some of the other cows were used for plowing, while the rest were slaughtered as beef to supply the Duchy of Northwind. Because of the prosperity of the trade, Northtown City consumed a lot of beef every day. Cowhide was also a good material. It could be used to make leather armor or other leather products. Cow tendons were also collected to make all kinds of bowstrings. It could be said that the value of a cow had been excavated to the limit. There was no need to talk about sheep. The north was cold, so sheepskin was an important tool for the commoners to resist the cold. Sulin even wanted to develop a wool textile industry, but Sulin didn't know anything about wool weaving, so he could only leave it to the gnomes who had experience in weaving. A large number of cows and sheep enriched the Duchy of Northwind's meat. At the same time, the manure produced by these cows and sheep was sent to the farm fertilizer factory to be fermented. It could be said that Northwind Duchy had formed a good ecological chain. After a few years of development, Northwind Duchy had become very rich in food. However, in order to continue to expand the sea trade, Northwind Duchy's various grain crops had to continue to expand. The planting area of beets was actually not enough. During this time, the amount of white sugar had increased several times. A part of it was from Northtown City's inventory, while the other part was the real production. Therefore, when planting beets this year, Northtown City once again expanded the planting area of beets. In the next few years, the planting area of beets would continue to expand. In addition to white sugar, Northtown City's production of alcohol and white paper would continue to expand. Alcohol was a little simpler because rum was made from the leftover caramel from the production of white sugar. As the production of white sugar increased, the production of rum would also increase. As for vodka, this kind of liquor was not very popular in the South, but it was very popular in the North. Now, in addition to these two kinds of alcohol, Northtown City had also started to brew iced wine, barley beer, and other drinks. However, the production of these drinks was still low. Paper was popular among the nobles. In order to produce paper, Sulin cut down a large number of trees near Mirror Lake City. At the same time, he was preparing to plant bamboo. Because bamboo grew quickly and had a lot of fiber, it was far more suitable for paper than plants. Sulin planned to plant a large number of bamboo to use as the raw material for paper. To Suluin's surprise, he originally thought that the most popular paper should be various kinds of writing paper, but to his great surprise, the sales of writing paper could be said to be very poor. On the other hand, the sales of toilet paper, which he did not think highly of, continued to rise. It was simply unexpected. For this matter, Sulin purposely asked the merchants who bought paper. According to them, the preservation time of words written on paper was short, it was easy to damage, and it was not as strong as parchment. As for Sulin's claim that the paper was cheap, the same weight of paper could record more words, and it was more beneficial for the spread of knowledge. However, this claim was ridiculed by the merchants. According to the merchants, the nobles did not want more people to have knowledge. It was best for knowledge to be in the hands of people like them. Therefore, after seeing the advantages of paper, they ignored it. These aristocrats were just like the aristocratic families in ancient China in his previous life. They wanted to monopolize knowledge. After learning the reason for the unpopularity of writing paper, Su Lun was helpless. On the contrary, the popularity of toilet paper was the opposite. In the past, the nobles who used ropes, sticks, leaves, and other items decisively threw them away after trying toilet paper. Su Lun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Papermaking did not bring about the spread of knowledge. Instead, it started a toilet revolution. Chapter 667. Although the nobles refused to use paper to write in order to prevent knowledge from being spread on a large scale, this method was only temporary. As paper spread more and more widely, more and more areas used this paper, and eventually, some people would use paper to write. After all, not all scholars were nobles. For merchants, the emergence of paper brought them great convenience. These merchants would not refuse to use paper to control the flow of knowledge like the nobles. They were more concerned about profits. As long as the price of parchment books remained high, there would be merchants who would use paper to copy and sell it at a slightly lower price. Don't think that these merchants would not dare. As long as there was enough profit, there was nothing that merchants would not sell. As long as there was money, they would even sell the ropes used to hang them, not to mention books. The nobles' idea of blocking knowledge would only last for a while. Then, they would find that the number of paper books on the market had become a disaster. How high was the cost of making a parchment book? In this era, parchment was made from lambskin. A complete parchment was a small lamb. It was not easy to make a parchment. Not all kinds of lambskin could be made into parchment. Craftsmen would choose lambs of suitable age to make parchment. Generally, lambs were 2 to 3 years old. At the same time, they would observe the color of their fur. From experience, they knew that if the fur was pure white, the parchment would also be pure white. And if one wanted to make paper with a pleasing dark pattern, one would have to choose fur with stripes. In order to ensure the perfection of the paper, they also had to carefully check whether there were scars left by diseases or parasites. Generally speaking, only 1 out of 5 pieces of sheepskin would be suitable. To make parchment, the first step was to soak the parchment in clean water. At the same time, the hair on the parchment had to be removed. Lime powder and other things needed to be added. This process usually took 3 to 10 days. After washing, the parchment had to be stretched on a wooden board. At the same time, the hair on the parchment had to be shaved with a knife. After a series of steps, the parchment was considered complete. The price of such a piece of parchment was at least 1 kinnar. A book made entirely of parchment could cost up to 100 kinnar. Moreover, such parchment books were thick and heavy, but they did not record as much content as paper books. It was only a matter of time before they were replaced by paper. But so far, no businessman had done that. Perhaps someone had already done it secretly, but Su Lin didn't know about it yet. Most of the activities in the Northwind Principality had come to a halt during the winter. The snowstorm in the northern wastelands was very cold. Traveling through the wastelands at this time was basically suicide. The hungry monsters in the wastelands were on the verge of going crazy from hunger. They were more dangerous than ever. During this period of time, the Northwind Principality's trade was basically suspended. Every year, there would be about 2 months of snow and wind. Therefore, during the winter, the Beifeng Duchy would cancel most outdoor work during this period of time. The people who didn't need to work would either go to the taverns to drink, go to the training grounds, or stay at home to make babies. Therefore, every winter in Beifeng Principality was an opportunity for its population to explode. Under normal circumstances, around August next year, the Northwind Principality would usher in a baby boom. Although the snowstorm had interrupted the Northwind Principality's trade for 2 months, and although it had lost a lot of income, it had also gained an opportunity for population growth. However, during this winter, although the other cities in the Northwind Principality had canceled outdoor work, the North Town City did not. The design of the floating city had been completed, and all kinds of renovation work were being carried out in an orderly manner. Therefore, the renovation work in the inner city of the North Town City was not interrupted. Although the North Town City was in the north, under the effect of the harvest altar, the city wasn't very cold. The renovation work could continue. In the inner city of the North Town City, after a few months, the various factories that were originally in the inner city had all been moved out. For these factories, Sulin deliberately isolated an area in the outer city, where all the factories were located. The palace, which originally occupied the largest area in Sulin, had also been moved to the outer city. The floating city's area was limited, so Sulin had decided to live in the Northwind Tower. The land that was saved would be used to build other buildings. The first phase of the renovation of the floating city was progressing smoothly. The first phase of the renovation was more focused on the underground. Here, the underground network of the floating city would be laid out. The energy of the elemental furnace could enter all parts of the floating city through the underground network. By then, it would basically become a magic city. In the North Town City, there were actually a lot of very good magic props, but it was still at the level of medieval civilization. For example, the magic lamp, which had been widely used as early as the era of the Arcane Empire, but until now, the magic lamp was only used inside the major wizard organizations and wizard towers. In addition to the price, there was also the energy needed for the magic lamp. Compared with the electricity in his previous life, the magic energy in this world was more violent and more difficult to control. In addition, stable and continuous energy was not easy to obtain. However, with the elemental furnace, the energy problem of the North Town City was temporarily solved. After laying out the underground network, Sulin could even build rows of street lamps in the inner city. In his blueprint, the inner city of the elemental pool was more advanced than in his previous life. After all, many times, magic could do things that couldn't be done by technology in his previous life. Magic energy couldn't be used without restraint. Detailed planning must be done before use. No flaws were allowed in the underground network. It was a very large project. Sulin and Hathaway did a cost calculation. It would cost about 10 to 20 million kinner to complete it. Fortunately, Sulin had been making money in various ways. He had obtained hundreds of millions of kinner from the southern pirates, and this time he had made a lot of money in the west of the continent. All of these together were basically enough to cover the cost of the first phase of the floating city. The second phase of the project required the income of the North Town City. The income of the North Town City was now very high. In addition to the various or production in the underground world and the production of the secret realm, as well as some extra income that Sulin got from time to time, the second phase of the project was estimated to be enough. Transforming the floating city didn't require all the money at once. It was continuous, so the pressure on resources was not so tight. The second phase of the project would build a complete ecological balance system and the living system of the floating city. Chapter 668. North Wind Tower, Astrology Platform. Sulin had been studying legendary spells all this time. The last time the Northwind Tower traded with the Stellar Tower, in addition to obtaining some legendary grade knowledge, they also obtained several legendary grade spells. The spells he was studying now were Sword of Annihilation, Time Stop, Chain of Accidents, Mage's Disjunction, Imprison, and so on. Some of these spells were exchanged, and some were inherited from Hathaway and the others. The number was not small. Legendary spells were difficult to learn. Even Sulin had no way to master them quickly, unless he was willing to spend legendary skill points to learn them. With just one legendary skill point, he could master a legendary spell quickly. The flying magic carpet brought back by Sulin was very popular, second only to the magic pearls he took out. As soon as the flying magic carpet was taken out, it was confiscated by Hathaway. She was going to analyze the flying magic carpet and then recreate it. The flying magic carpet was still very popular. It was faster than flying and more flexible than floating ships. It could carry up to 6 people and was very suitable for transportation. It could also be sold to make money. It could be said that as Sulin grew stronger, he needed more money. Wizards were too good at spending money. Not to mention the usual various experiments. The money spent on them was already an unimaginable number for ordinary people. Let's talk about the floating city. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire floating city was piled up with money. Most adepts spent money faster than they could earn money. The floating city project was basically equivalent to a country building a space station in his previous life. It was very difficult for a country, and the difficulty of building a floating city was equivalent to interstellar colonization. All kinds of research, all kinds of materials, and the speed of burning money was simply too fast. Hathaway basically spent tens of thousands of kinnar to conduct an experiment. In a month, at least 6 experiments of this scale would need to be done. If it were not for the materials produced in the secret realm, North Town would have been worn out. More than 70% of these experiments yielded no results, but you had to do it. It was basically burning money. This was also because Sulin was good at making money. Ordinary people really couldn't handle this prodigal woman. If it was just an experiment, it would be fine. If there were no results, it would just continue to burn money. However, once there was a breakthrough, the speed of burning money would increase exponentially. The Kinnar was like the Red Sand River outside Northtown town. The river water was converted into gold coins, which flowed out. At this time, Sulin did not even dare to ask. His heart ached too much. Of course, there was someone who felt even more heartache than Sulin. It was the Red Dragon Onyx Vaya. It could be said that she suffered even more than Sulin. Before she went to sleep, she checked that the treasury was full of gold. When she woke up, she suddenly realized that it was so spacious. My huge mountain of gold is gone with a whoosh. It wasn't difficult to make a magic carpet. Compared to the floating space tower and the floating space city, it was only slightly more difficult. So, after some research, Hathaway quickly made a new magic carpet. It got out of hand. From Chris to Phyllis, including Sandy, Angela, and Anna, everyone had a magic carpet. This directly led to the frequent appearance of magic carpets in the sky of Northtown Town during this period of time. Not only did Hathaway make a new magic carpet, but she also made some improvements to the magic carpet, which made it faster and more stable when flying. At the same time, the protective spells on a magic carpet were stronger and the energy consumption was not much increased. The cost of such a magic carpet was 80,000 kinnar. The North Wind Tower was selling it at 300,000 kinnar, which was the normal price of a magic carpet. It had to be said that the wizards were really ruthless. In addition to the magic carpet, Hathaway had another product, which was the floating space ship. While studying the production of the magic carpet, Hathaway also studied the floating space ship. To be honest, after the floating space tower was built, the floating space ship was basically not difficult to make. The most important thing on the floating space ship was the floating space ring. In addition to the floating space ring, there was the energy system and the protective system. The energy system of the floating space ship was a bit troublesome. After all, it was not like the floating space tower, which could build an elemental pool. As for building an elemental pool in the floating space ship, not to mention other things, the cost alone was very high. A miniaturized elemental pool would cost at least 200,000 kinnar to barely make it. In addition to some other materials, the cost of a floating space ship would be at least 800,000 kinnar, and the price would be even higher. Such an expensive price was not suitable to be used as a tool of trade. However, when studying the magic carpet, Hathaway prepared another plan, which was to use energy crystals to drive it. At the same time, she also built an energy-gathering rune array on the floating space ship, which could gather the elemental energy in the air into the floating space tower. After doing so, the floating space ship's endurance would be reduced. However, the advantage was that the transportation cost would be reduced. From Sullen's point of view, the floating space ship was not very cost-effective for transportation. However, as soon as the floating space ship appeared, many businessmen saw a business opportunity and bought it at a high price. After completing the research on the floating space ship and the flying magic carpet, Hathaway no longer cared about these things. Instead, she continued to study the elemental fusion furnace. The elemental fusion furnace was very dangerous, and she had to be careful. Once there was any problem, it would cause very serious consequences. If this thing were to accidentally explode, the entire Northtown city would be reduced to nothing. The function of the lava crystal that Sulin brought back this time was to make the elemental fusion furnace more resistant and sturdier. The principal experiment of the elemental fusion furnace had been completed long ago, and the technical difficulties were almost solved after Hathaway's research. After Sulin prepared all kinds of raw materials, the construction of the elemental fusion furnace began officially. The elemental fusion furnace was the core of the entire floating space city. Only with the elemental fusion furnace, the floating space city could fly. Of course, if you found the mice energy core that had been passed down from the Arcane Empire, you could fly without building an elemental fusion furnace. Moreover, the mice energy core had another advantage, which was that it did not consume fuel. The mice energy core could directly extract a steady stream of energy, which was more useful than the elemental fusion furnace. Only the elemental annihilation furnace could be slightly better. Chapter 669. As the ice and snow melted, the northern wasteland became lively again. The caravans that had endured the winter began to prepare for departure as soon as the ice and snow melted. Although the weather was still a little cold at this time, the road from the northern provinces to the northern wasteland would become muddy and very difficult to walk on once the ice and snow completely melted. Therefore, the experienced caravans would set off a little earlier. After entering the Beifeng Principality, the road was completely different. The Beifeng Principality had a special interest in road construction. They connected all the cities in the Beifeng Principality with stone roads. According to them, these were official roads. The official roads in the Beifeng Principality were very extravagant. In Old Han's opinion, this was completely a waste of money. The average width of the official roads in the Beifeng Principality was 6 meters, which could easily accommodate 4 carriages side by side. This was something that the roads in many cities and other countries on the continent could not compare to. As the ice and snow melted, the migration to the Beifeng Principality began again. According to Sulin's idea, the Beifeng Principality needed at least 1 million people in a short period of time. In order to develop the northern wasteland, they needed at least 10 to 20 million people. This was a long-term mission that could last for decades. In addition to the migration in the northern wasteland, the Deepwater City also opened up a migration route. Due to the warm climate, developed commerce, relatively stable society, and high food production, the countries in the southern seas developed very quickly. At the same time, the population of these countries also increased rapidly. However, the good natural conditions and environment did not only bring benefits. The world's productivity was only around the medieval era. There were no large-scale factories, so it was impossible to absorb too many people. The amount of land was also very limited. The nobles would not spend more money to hire more farmers. As a result, these countries had a large number of idle people. In order to survive, many people chose to become sailors or pirates. After all, the navigation technology of this era was very dangerous every time they went out to sea. But even so, there was still a large number of people that could not be settled. These people also became a hidden danger to the stability of the cities. After Sulin discovered this, he ordered Deepwater City to plan the migration in those places. Anyone who was willing to immigrate to the Beifeng Principality would be given 10 mu of farmland as long as they worked for the Beifeng Principality for 3 years. In addition to the 10 mu of farmland, the government would build a house for them, and they would also have the right to open up 50 mu of farmland. The farmland obtained from the open-up land would be exempt from taxes for 3 years, and only half of the taxes would be collected for 5 years. As for why Sulin didn't offer better terms, it was because the terms he offered were too good. No one would believe him. They would only think that he was a liar. He said that as long as you let him go, he would give you 50 mu of land, a house, and tax exemption. Then they would board the ship, leave the port, and sell these people as slaves. This kind of thing had happened many times before. Being on a ship was different from being on land. Once you were on a ship, you had to listen to what others said. In the past, many slave traders used this kind of deceit to make a fortune. In the beginning, when Deepwater City's immigrant ships came to the Southern Sea to recruit immigrants, they offered very good conditions. However, very few people came to sign up, and many people didn't even come after signing up. After seeing this situation, Deepwater City's immigration officials were confused. They even raised the immigration conditions again, but in the end, fewer people came. The immigration officials, who didn't understand the situation, finally found some people who were familiar with the situation to act as consultants. With the help of these people, they lowered the immigration standards and successfully carried out the immigration. Now, Deepwater City's immigration officials went one step further. They were now cooperating with the nobles of the Southern Sea City. These nobles were basically very powerful in the local area. For these nobles, the large number of refugees in the city was a completely unstable factor. They were very happy that Deepwater City was willing to accept these refugees. At the same time, Deepwater City's immigration officials also said that they could use white sugar, toilet paper, and rum in exchange. When the nobles heard that they could use the refugees, who were useless and would even affect the stability of the society, to exchange for these goods, the nobles went crazy. They directly sent troops to capture the refugees in their territories. Translator, WQL editor. Alling the immigration route of Deepwater City was very busy. At its peak, 16 ships were delivered to Deepwater City in one day. About 400 people were loaded on the ships every day. About 6,000 to 7,000 immigrants were delivered in one day. With this kind of cooperation, the number of immigrants increased rapidly. On average, Deepwater City could immigrate 120,000 to 130,000 people a month. After these immigrants arrived in Deepwater City, apart from a portion of them staying at the port to support the city's construction, the rest were sent to Northern Town. Then, Northern Town would distribute them to Mirror Lake City and the new city. The arrival of a large number of people put pressure on the North Town city. All kinds of living materials were consumed quickly. The most urgent thing was food. Fortunately, Su Luan had always been very careful, so the North Town city stored a large amount of food every year. It was also because of this food that Su Lin dared to immigrate so many people. Because of the harvest altar in Northern Town, the production of food was very high. One mu of land could produce 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of potatoes. In Northern Town, Su Lin planted 500,000 mu of potatoes. The output of potatoes alone was enough to feed 1 million people for a year. Moreover, potatoes could be planted in Northwind Principality for 2 seasons. In addition to the fish and various kinds of beef and mutton around Northern Town, it could be said that Northern Town had enough strength to feed these immigrants. As long as they could survive the first year, the food production in Northern Town would increase. Basically, they didn't have to worry about not having enough food. However, the large number of immigrants also brought a lot of problems. For example, there wasn't enough housing, and there was a serious shortage of grassroots officials. With the arrival of these new immigrants, the city's environment began to deteriorate. These immigrants didn't have any hygiene awareness. It was common for them to urinate and defecate everywhere. Originally, it was the grassroots officials who trained them. However, there were too many immigrants. Northern Town was seriously understaffed. At the same time, many immigrants took advantage of the lack of manpower in Northern Town and began to commit all kinds of crimes. Many of these immigrants used to be gang members. When they saw that Northwind Principality was prosperous and didn't have any gangs, they were overjoyed. They quickly contacted their old friends to form gangs and divide the territory. However, they didn't expect Su Lin to attach so much importance to the safety of the city. After discovering that the grassroots officials were understaffed, they immediately called in the army of Northern Town to help maintain order. Chapter 670. In a laboratory, Sullen's figure appeared in the teleportation array with a flash of magic light. "Do you have juice? Quick, give me a glass. I want it iced." Su Lin shouted as soon as he walked out of the teleportation array. A clay golem next to him immediately went to prepare it. How is it? Is it solved? Hathaway didn't raise her head as she wrote and drew on the table. It's solved for the time being. Sulin sat down on the chair next to him, took the juice from the clay golem, and then raised his head to drink it. Phew, it's so comfortable. Sulin drank the iced juice in one gulp, and then breathed a sigh of relief with a relaxed expression. It's solved for the time being? Hathaway said with some surprise. Yes, it's only solved for the time being. Sulin shook his head and said, the number of immigrants is too large now, and the number of grassroots officials is seriously insufficient. Although I have ordered more students to be recruited for training, it will take at least 3 months for this group of people to complete the training. And even if this group of people completes the training, the number of grassroots officials will be lacking in time. The growth of our grassroots officials can't keep up with the number of immigrants. Sulin said helplessly. We need to expand the training school for grassroots officials. Hathaway also realized the trouble of the matter. I also thought of this, but the problem is that we have a serious shortage of teachers and can't expand the scale of the school. However, I have asked the immigration officials of Deepwater City to recruit scholars from the South. I believe the first batch of scholars will arrive soon. We can promote some people from those immigrants. There should be some suitable people among these immigrants. I remember that during the immigration process, these immigrants have been divided into different groups. Those group leaders can play a role. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, we can conduct emergency training for these group leaders. They don't need to be strong, as long as they can complete some simple tasks and reduce the burden of grassroots officials. By the way, some of the soldiers in Northern Battlefront City can also be transferred to deal with emergencies. You should know that the soldiers in Northern Battlefront City are basically elites, obedient, and highly disciplined. They can temporarily serve as grassroots officials. Hathaway quickly came up with a solution. Sure, Sulin agreed after thinking for a while. The army in Northtown City was indeed elite. These soldiers had gone through strict training. They were very good at obeying orders and executing orders. After some simple training, they would be able to do the work of the grassroots officials. Of course, it was only a temporary measure. The best way was to let the grassroots officials do the work. What they needed to do now was to continuously expand the number of people the Academy could recruit. Well, that's it for the time being, Sulin said. By the way, how's your experiment going? We've already started the first experiment, Hathaway said with a smile. After several years of research, the elemental fusion furnace was ready to be officially tested. Of course, the experimental elemental fusion furnace was much smaller, only about 1% of the energy efficiency of a real elemental fusion furnace. This was naturally done to prevent the explosion of the elemental furnace from causing serious damage. I'm planning to put the experiment in the half-plane we've established. That way, even if the experiment fails and the elemental fusion furnace explodes, it won't cause any damage to the material world or the city, Hathaway said. All right, I agree, but I have to go with you to the experiment. You have to stand at a safe distance during the experiment, Sulin emphasized. All right, Hathaway nodded in agreement. This is the experimental version of the elemental fusion furnace I just made. Hathaway snapped her fingers. A space portal opened. Inside the portal was something that looked a little rough and strange. It looked so ugly, Sulin said with a frown. It can't be helped. This is only the first version of the experiment. It will definitely be improved in the future. By then, it will look even prettier. Of course, we should be more concerned about whether this equipment can work properly or not. Hathaway said after hearing Sulin's words, rolling her eyes at him. All right, as long as the experiment is successful, I can accept it even if it's a little uglier. Sulin said with a shrug. Plain portal. A flash of light descended from the sky and directly tore through space. Sulin and Hathaway entered the plane one after the other. This plane was the half-plane that Sulin and Hathaway had opened together. At this time, the half-plane was already 3 kilometers wide. The half-plane still looked very simple. The ground was dry, the gravity was very low, and the water source was obviously smaller. It would take at least a few hundred years to transform this half-plane into an existence that was not inferior to the material plane. But now, the simple environment here was just right for the experiment. The rock golems are ready. Let them move the elemental furnace over. Sulin kept urging. Soon, the two rock golems carefully moved the elemental furnace over. After arriving at the center of the half-plane, Hathaway did not immediately start the experiment. Instead, she began to set up various defensive runic circles around the elemental furnace. These defensive runic circles would reduce the power of the explosion of the experimental model layer by layer. After all, the half-plane was not large. If it really exploded, these defensive measures would minimize the damage. Although Sulin agreed to use the half-plane as a test site, he did not want the half-plane to collapse in the event of an explosion. After all, it was very safe to open a half-plane house. After confirming, Hathaway put a small spoonful of elemental fuel into the elemental fusion furnace. Next was the most crucial moment. Elemental fusion furnace, number 1 experimental body, is undergoing actual combat training. System self-check is in progress. System self-check has been completed. Connecting the energy channel. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. All the tests were completed. The elemental fusion furnace experimental body was quickly completed. Hathaway took a deep breath and suddenly opened her eyes. Begin. Elemental fusion furnace number 1 experimental body is in operation. Igniting. An extremely dazzling light fell from the sky. This light beam fell from the sky and instantly hit the fuel in the elemental furnace. The fuel in the elemental furnace was ignited by the light beam and instantly started working. A powerful elemental energy quickly appeared. In just a few minutes, it reached an astonishing level. Then, a shocking amount of energy surged out of the energy channels connected to the elemental furnace. This energy was quickly injected into the half-plane under the effect of the elemental runic circles. With the injection of this energy, the half-plane slowly began to expand. Chapter 671. Light blue elemental energy gushed out of the elemental fusion furnace. The furnace began to operate normally, and large amounts of energy continued to pour out, causing the semi-plane to expand. The elemental fusion furnace continued to pour out huge amounts of energy. In just a short while, the amount of energy gushing out had already exceeded the energy consumption of a level 9 spell. According to this standard, the elemental fusion furnace could produce 10 times more energy than an elemental fission furnace in the same amount of time. This was only because the elemental fusion furnace was only an experimental version. If it were an actual elemental fusion furnace, its energy output would be dozens of times greater. As the elemental energy continued to pour out, the semi-plane expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sulin and Hathaway did not relax in the slightest. Although the elemental fusion furnace had been operating well for a while, no one could be sure that it was safe before the experiment was completed. Elemental furnace current load is 60%. Current operation is normal. Energy transmission is normal. Elemental furnace target room temperature is 28 million degrees. The temperature is still rising. Binding force field is stable. Elemental combustion is accelerating. Streams of data were constantly being collected and then appeared on the virtual screen in front of them. On the other side of the virtual screen was a three-dimensional model of the elemental fusion furnace. Every part of the model had a different color, and these colors represented the current state of the elemental furnace. Everything is operating normally now. We can consider increasing the power output, Alex said after confirming that all the data were normal. From the beginning until now, the elemental furnace has been operating according to our plan. We could try increasing the power output, Hathaway said seriously. Then let's begin, Sulin said with a serious expression. Begin pressurizing. With Hathaway's command, the elemental furnace continued to pressurize. The energy binding force field restrained the energy produced by the elemental fusion to the center, and the temperature of the elemental furnace began to rise. Elemental fusion furnace temperature is rising. Current temperature is 32 million degrees. Energy binding force field is operating normally. Elemental furnace output is increasing. Energy channel is operating normally. Current load is 65%. Elemental fuel combustion is accelerating. Searing beam activate. As the order was given, scorching rays of extremely high temperature were instantly activated and then heated up the center of the energy binding force field. If one were to observe the interior of the elemental furnace at this time, they would discover that it was as if a small sun had risen inside. Unimaginable light and heat were being emitted from this sun, and a heart-palpitating energy was spreading from here. The originally astonishing energy increased once again. In the monitoring runic array set up by Hathaway, the demiplane's expansion speed increased once again, and the entire demiplane's energy fluctuations were abnormally active. On the virtual projection, the original projection of the elemental furnace began to change. Originally, most of the projections of the elemental furnace were green or blue, but after the increase in efficiency, the color gradually began to change to yellow. As the energy core of the floating space city, the elemental furnace was the energy source of the entire floating space city. The amount of energy it needed to provide was astonishing. How heavy was a city? A floating space tower alone weighed millions of tons. In comparison, the larger floating space city weighed at least hundreds of millions of tons. The amount of energy needed to lift such a heavy object was astonishing, and just lifting it was not enough. The elemental furnace needed to steadily supply energy to the floating space city for a long time, so the requirement for the elemental furnace were even higher. In the period of the ancient arcane empire, only the mice energy nucleus could do this. The mice energy nucleus was a miracle creation that Su Lin did not know its specific structure and operation method until now. It did not need to be added with dyes. It was completely clean and pollution-free, and its operation was stable, and its energy output was gentle. It could be said to be a very ideal energy core. It was said that this energy core was made by the goddess of magic and some great arcanists, and it used the power of the magic net. The mice energy nucleus was a hub in the magic net. The magic net was a power woven by the goddess of magic that covered the entire demiplane. The existence of the magic net made the originally free and violent elemental energy calm down and tame the energy. This big net that covered the demiplane could control an amazing amount of energy. From the age of thorium to the early period of the arcane empire, all the floating space cities relied on the magic net and the mice energy nucleus. The reason for the end of the age of thorium was that a great arcanist at that time coveted the authority of the gods and wanted to seize control of the magic net. As a result, the moment he succeeded, the magic net exploded, leading to the collapse of the magic net on the material plane. This sudden disaster directly caused the floating space cities of the age of thorium to fall from the sky. At the same time, the collapse of the magic net also caused a large number of arcanists to be unable to cast spells. Only a few talented arcanists had a leap in their strength. By the time of the Arcane Empire, the arcanists learned the lesson of the destruction of the Age of Thorium and began to create energy hubs that did not rely on the magic net. The elemental furnace was born on this basis. Because of the great arcanist, the gravedigger of the Age of Thorium, the goddess of magic blocked spells above the 10th circle, and at the same time blocked a lot of knowledge. The arcanists once again established a glorious arcane civilization from the ruins of the Age of Thorium. However, the floating space cities were still not solved. The only floating space cities were basically built together with the goddess of magic. Some wizards also found one or two complete mice energy nuclei from the ruins of the Age of Thorium. In order to develop another energy source that could replace the mice energy nucleus, These arcanists also began to study the power of the magic net. After in-depth study of the magic net created by the goddess of magic, these great arcanists combined the characteristics of the magic net with the riddles after many years of research and finally created something very similar to the magic net. This was called the artificial magic net, but unlike the magic net of the goddess of magic, which could cover the material plane, the artificial magic net could only cover an area of 50 kilometers around the floating space tower. But even so, the power of this artificial magic net was extremely amazing. In the artificial magic net, the great arcanists did not have to worry about the lack of magic power at all. The artificial magic net could provide almost endless energy. This was also the reason why the great arcanists during the Arcane Empire could rival the gods. Chapter 672. The reason why the gods were powerful, in addition to their amazing power, was that their god's kingdom could provide them with a steady stream of divine power. Although the divine power possessed by the gods themselves was huge, it was also limited. However, the gods could continuously replenish their divine power through their god's kingdom. As long as the divine power in their god's kingdom was not exhausted, their divine power would not dry up. After the great arcanists had the artificial magic net, they also had the powers similar to the gods. As long as they were in the range of the artificial magic net, the great arcanists could get a steady stream of divine power. In addition to the artificial magic net, another important core was the elemental furnace. The development of the elemental furnace was very difficult. After all, magic energy was a very violent energy, and a little carelessness could cause serious consequences. In history, there had been several energy leaks in the floating city of the Arcane Kingdom, which had led to serious consequences. The most serious case even directly led to the abandonment of a floating city. This kind of energy pollution was also very serious to the natural world. At that time, the great arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom spent a lot of time and methods to solve the pollution perfectly. This also led to the conflict between the arcanists and the druids. As druids, they were very dissatisfied with the great arcanists' wanton destruction of the natural environment and pollution. If the Arcane Kingdom was not so strong, the druids would have already gone to war with them. However, the arcanists finally realized that there was a problem after causing a serious leak. Thus, they created an extremely strict safety protocol. They also stipulated that excessive pollution experiments were prohibited in the material plane. Experiments, such as the elemental furnace, were not supposed to be carried out in the material plane. Later, after the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom, some other races wanted to get the strong power of the Arcane Kingdom. So they secretly organized people to do research, but there was almost no good end for them. The most famous was the dwarves. These greedy guys were very envious after seeing the almost endless energy of the arcane furnace, and then they wanted to master this power. At the same time, they made some changes according to the elemental furnace. These dwarves secretly built a huge golem in Furnace Core Castle. The golem was more than 10 meters tall and had astonishing power. If these dwarves succeeded, they would definitely become the overlord of a region. It wouldn't be impossible for them to rule the entire continent. However, the dwarves' experiment was a complete failure. It was said that the elemental furnace had a big explosion, and the whole furnace castle was blown beyond recognition. The whole city was destroyed in this loud noise. At the same time, the explosion also caused serious pollution. The refugees who survived the explosion fell sick and died from the terrible pollution. The largest city of the dwarves, Hearthcore Castle, home to more than 100,000 people, was completely destroyed. At the same time, the aftermath wasn't over yet. After the destruction of Furnace Fortress, the explosion of the elemental furnace directly pierced through the ground, waking up the terrifying flame fiend that had been sleeping in the depths of the earth since the last era. The awakened flame fiends began to attack the surviving dwarves. Under such circumstances, Furnace City was directly destroyed. The once powerful dwarf kingdom fell apart in this disaster. It was also from this day onwards that the dwarf kingdom was divided into 7 parts. Because of all kinds of conflicts and interests, these dwarves began to stray further and further away. There were even a few dwarves who had become enemies. In addition to the explosion caused by the dwarves' research, there were many people on the continent who wanted to obtain the craftsmanship of the arcane empire. The wizards had inherited most of the magic power, but they had never succeeded in creating such a dangerous elemental furnace. In the past, many wizard schools had wanted to create such an elemental furnace and had conducted experiments. To prevent accidents, these people had purposely chosen deserts to conduct their experiments. Naturally, they had also failed. As a result, the elemental furnace had been abandoned. The elemental furnace continued to operate. Massive amounts of elemental energy continuously surged out of the furnace, and the energy in the pseudoplane became more and more abundant. Elemental furnace operating normally. Energy channel operating normally. Energy channel not overloaded. Energy binding force field operating normally. Elemental fusion furnace load reached 73%. Elemental furnace operating normally. As the voice of Tower Spirit number 1 rang out, various indicators of the elemental furnace appeared in front of him. As the elemental furnace continued to operate, so did the numbers. Elemental fusion furnace temperature rising. Current temperature is 52 million degrees. Energy binding force field operating normally. Energy output from elemental furnace increasing. Energy channel operating normally. Current load is at 82%. Elemental fuel burning increasing. As time passed, more and more elemental energy was transported to other parts of the pseudoplane by the energy channel. Compared to the beginning, the pseudoplane had expanded many times. The pseudoplane was originally only 3 kilometers in diameter, but with the powerful energy supply from the elemental furnace, it had reached a shocking 10 kilometers in diameter. It only took him 2 to 3 hours to do so. The growth rate of a pseudoplane like this was extremely shocking. Sufficient energy was pushing the pseudoplane to expand. Beep, beep, beep. Elemental furnace load has reached 85%. Elemental furnace operating normally. Energy binding force field fluctuating. Increasing energy binding force field. At this moment, a notification sounded. Sulin, Hathaway, and Alex looked at the elemental furnace nervously. After reaching 85% of the energy load, the elemental furnace finally had some minor problems, but it was quickly improved. Continue to increase the load. Sulin glanced at the elemental fusion furnace and said, "Success or failure depends on this." Okay. Hathaway nodded vigorously. With Hathaway's command, the elemental furnace began to increase its efficiency again. Continue to increase the load. On the elemental furnace model, the original green and blue had completely disappeared, replaced by yellow and red. It was still increasing. The load of the elemental furnace also began to increase, and soon reached 95%. Seeing this, Hathaway took a deep breath in order to continue increasing it. At this moment, a large area of red suddenly appeared on the elemental furnace model. At the same time, Tower Spirit number 1 began to sound the alarm. Warning, warning, the elemental furnace is collapsing. Immediately stop the experiment, boom. Chapter 673. Warning, warning. There's a strong fluctuation in the binding force field. Warning, warning. The pressure in the combustion chamber is rising rapidly. Warning, warning. The cooling system has failed. Warning, warning. The heat shielding system has collapsed. Warning, warning. The elemental furnace is shaking violently. Please stop the operation immediately. Forceful stop program activated. Forceful decompression and cooling system activated. A series of sharp and ear-piercing alarms sounded in the room. Sulin, Hathaway, Alex, and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they quickly activated the backup method. Space isolation system activated. Energy shield activated. Soft decompression and buffer spell activated. As Hathaway gave the order, a space barrier immediately rose in the half-plane, dividing the half-plane into two spaces. Then, in the half-plane where the elemental furnace was operating, an energy shield quickly rose, and at the same time, a large amount of aqua-blue liquid was constantly filling it. This aqua-blue liquid was a special buffer liquid that Hathaway and many other wizards made, and it could absorb the shock wave of the explosion to the maximum extent. Warning! Warning! The forceful stop program has failed. Warning! Warning! The forceful decompression and cooling system has failed. Warning! Warning! The pressure in the elemental furnace is rising rapidly, approaching the critical value. It is estimated to explode in 7 seconds. Please prepare for defense. 6-5 for Sulin, and the others did not care about anything else, and they all activated their spells. Now, the energy wave above the elemental furnace had exceeded that of a level 10 spell. Although Hathaway and the others had done hundreds of calculations and prepared various defensive measures before the experiment, they still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when the elemental furnace exploded. 3, 2, 1. Rumble. A dazzling light instantly erupted from the elemental furnace, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the half-plane. Violent energy completely erupted at this moment, and flames as high as hundreds of thousands of degrees swept across the entire half-plane at this moment. At the core of the explosion, the intensity of the light could reach thousands of times that of the sun. Such a strong light could blind human eyes in an instant. The high temperature of the explosion directly vaporized the ground, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. The ground cracked under the pressure, and the sand on the ground melted into a glass-like state under the terrifying high temperature. The shockwave that swept through everything destroyed everything in its path. The powerful impact hit the protective barrier. At this moment, the protective barrier was like a bubble bursting open with a bang. After the shockwave broke through an energy barrier, it continued to move forward, shattering one energy barrier after another. All defensive spells were like paper in front of the shockwave. Finally, after breaking through a dozen defensive spells, it hit the blue buffer liquid. The buffer liquid kept churning under the influence of the shockwave before quickly evaporating. It only took a few seconds for the buffer liquid to completely evaporate. The explosion brought a tyrannical power that destroyed the defensive measures Hathaway and the others had set up in advance. The entire demiplane was swept away by the shockwave, and a layer of the demiplane's ground was fiercely scraped by the shockwave. After the shockwave broke through all the defensive barriers, it fiercely hit the spatial barrier. Then, that powerful shockwave started spreading in all directions. But before that shockwave dissipated, an even more powerful shockwave surged over. One after another, the shockwaves kept bombarding the demiplane's spatial barrier. The narrow demiplane made these shockwaves bounce back and forth, but the shockwaves kept being generated until the entire half-plane was filled with shockwaves. The entire demiplane was like a cork blocking the mouth of a volcano. Under the influence of this powerful force, the originally hard space barrier began to loosen under the impact. The planar barrier began to slowly expand outwards, and the speed of expansion was getting faster and faster. Under the continuous impact of the powerful shock waves, the planar barrier was forcibly squeezed and expanded. The entire half-plane looked like it had reached the end of the world. The ground was fragmented by the shock waves, and cracks appeared on the spatial barrier due to the rapid expansion. The demiplane was on the verge of collapse from that explosion. It looked like the demiplane would have been destroyed if the power had been just a bit stronger. Fortunately, Sulin and Hathaway's previous arrangements had some effect and weakened the power of the explosion. Although the spatial barrier was on the verge of collapse, it was still stable. At the same time, the demiplane's elemental forge's explosive peak finally passed. After the peak, the power of the shockwaves started to slowly decrease. The shockwaves started to weaken, and the flames caused by the explosion also started to slowly decrease, but the temperature of the demiplane was still extremely shocking. "What's the situation in the demiplane now?" Sulan asked. The explosion just now directly destroyed all the monitoring equipment and detection runic arrays in the demiplane. Even the part of the space that was separated by the spatial barrier in advance was destroyed in the explosion. After all, the spatial barrier that was temporarily separated wasn't very strong. Under such circumstances, it only lasted for a while before completely collapsing. However, even if it only lasted for a while, a large amount of information was collected. This information was immediately transmitted to the Tower of the North Wind's astrology platform. According to our calculations, it will take at least 3 to 5 days for the demiplane to calm down. As for entering again, it will take at least a month. The shock waves caused by the explosion destroyed everything in the demiplane. The ground shattered, the water evaporated, and the dust was completely raised and covered the entire demiplane. This dust will continue to float above the demiplane for at least half a year. The most serious thing is the magic energy pollution caused by the explosion. This kind of pollution will cause serious harm to living things. If this pollution isn't cleaned up, it will exist for at least 30 years. Judging from the energy produced by the explosion, a large amount of the spatial barrier has been shattered. It is very likely that a spatial storm will appear in the plane. However, this is also a good thing. The creation of a spatial storm can help us clean up the pollution faster. Although this experiment failed, we still gained a lot of benefits. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.